Hello and welcome to another incredible top eight. This is the NA East region, week number 4, top eight. The 8 best competitors for this week are waiting to just duke it out here in good old fashioned Mortal Kombat. I'm Darth Arma, joined by Mr. Aquaman, and we are both extremely excited to call all these matches for you tonight. We have so much content ahead of us, but before we continue on that path, I do want to give a big shout out to PlayStation 4. This tournament is presented by PlayStation 4. The Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition in entirety is presented by PS4 Tournaments. Check out the PS4 Tournament Open Series. PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions of all skill levels. Compete against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You can visit the PlayStation 4 Competition Center, the one destination that has Mortal Kombat content that gives you an inside look at how top players play and tips and tricks on for players of all skill levels. So again, PS4 tournaments, check it out. A lot of things there, a lot of good content, not just Mortal Kombat stuff. A lot of different games.
Absolutely, Arma. It's so easy to sign up. Go to compete.playstation.com, ladies and gentlemen. Use that PSN account, and bam, you are in, and you could be one of the names that we're looking at right here. We got the top 16 in points for North America East. We've got sitting up there, sitting pretty, Arma, is Kombat at 700 points, who got him early, and he's been chilling since. But look who's creeping up on him, Honeybee, already with some insane performances, and just coming off one there in week number 3. We got K7 Show Off here, having a breakthrough performance as well. And you guys see there 1 through 16 right now, and it's getting spicy as a couple of these guys are still making these top 8s. A couple others are not finding it so easy in these 600 to 1,000 player brackets that we see here on the east side of things. And on top of that, some of the stiffest competition in Mortal Kombat 11 on the planet here on the East Coast. I mean, just look at some of those names. You got Sonic Fox Dragon, Biohazard, Kerbalicious, Ayate, Samij, Gur. Just a couple of the names that you're going to find here on the east side. And top 32 every single week, guys, is going to earn those points, and that's why these players are sitting right here. First place getting 350 all the way down to tying for 25th. We'll get you 5 points on the season. And a couple points could make or break someone making the finals. Who knows?
Yeah, and again, a reiteration on the finals, $10,000 is on the line. So everybody's trying to get those points anywhere they can, any way you can. Whether you have an okay tournament result or not so okay or a great one, you're going to get the points, you're going to get closer to qualifying, and you're going to be in the money, so to speak. And the finale is for all the regions of the pro competition, a lot of different regions to look out for. So again, if you guys want to find out more information, hit up the PlayStation 4 Competition Center. And another name, a name that's not on that, top 16 in terms of leaderboards, that we're actually going to be seeing a few names in today's top 8. Abyss, yes, making a great breakout, a great tournament run through winners bracket. And again, we got the top 8 bracket right here, so we can look. We got Abyss, Hijinks, and then later we're going to have Full Auto and the Mighty Unjust on the winner side. Down on the lower side, Bertinoni, Deadly Rebel, Gur, and Samij. I mean, these guys are all super good at what they do, and I can't wait to see them just display this immense talent that they have. The ability to just play at their best when everything is on the line. And here, of course, points is the name of the game. You got to get in there.
Certainly.
Got to get into that top 16. Yeah, got to get into the top 16.
So many exciting players here as well, and Abyss being one of them, making his first top 8 on the winner's side. He's been grinding week in and week out, playing 4 tournaments a week. Abyss is going crazy here, making the winner's side top 8. Hijinks making a name for himself last week, getting 3rd place, causing some massive upsets, and here we go. 2 of the best players right now going at it. It's going to be Abyss, Hijinks, and in a matchup that we'll see if Abyss is able to kind of weather the storm that Jackie's about to throw at him here. Has some good anti-air buttons. We'll see how Abyss approaches it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a storm. And Noob Saibot's got a lot of, full screen presence, the ability to kind of teleport, the auto track at any point. But of course, it is very risky. So Jackie can easily bait those things out. Big super jump over the other side, and Abyss challenging here. Not sure what Hijinks was going for afterwards, possibly a poke of his own. Here goes that down blast. Good, well, I was going to say good patience until he got hit by that down one here.
Yeah, he's actually been really patient out of the gate so far, has Abyss, and it's netted him an awful lot of damage. Has been 1 or 2 solid reads, and he's done a couple of things. He's played this nice and slow. Now that he has a health lead, right? But early on, he was actually a little bit more aggressive and just trying to close the gap and get into a range where he can potentially set up a whip punish. He's played this so smart early on, and he just got the tech. Oh my goodness.
Very, very late tech. Now, you're going to watch out for that noob Cybot anti-air projectile there. You can just see Jackie getting sniped, no problem. And look at the versatility of low slide here. I mean, if you don't have that move equipped for your noob Cybot build out, you're missing out on a lot of, you know, just, I wouldn't want to say easy damage, but, you know, very convenient damage.
No, speaking of convenient damage, there's 365 for you here, and this is control for Abyss, guessing wrong on the staggers that could come off the 1-1s, and even has the reversal up shadow. Abyss ready for the upgraded matchup, it looks like, but all she needs is one right here.
Did you just see her go through that clone into the sky? Gets the forward throw. Abyss holding on the block a little too strongly, a little too much for dear life here. Don't want to get opened up by Jackie. No. The combo potential is insane. Beautiful.
Oh, it's right.
Oh! Okay. So that one's tricky there because instead of going with the usual overhead that usually comes after those, on the third hit of that string, Abyss cancels into the low. Again, keeping it real tricky, and you know, you kind of have to guess what he's going to do after that. Whether he can just do a regular slide and, you know, technically like some kind of stagger, then you got to challenge it, or he can amplify the slide, and you know, you think he's not going to amplify the slide, you get hit by it. But again, Abyss doing a good job of containing Jackie in terms of like her airborne approach. You know, she was coming in from super jumps. He seemed a little hesitant on on trying to anti-air. I felt like he thought maybe it was too obvious and that she wouldn't jump in that scenario. Maybe just kind of got caught off guard. But towards the end of that match, very, very strong presence in terms of, you know, the ability to anti-air.
Yeah, he looked super prepared for the matchup. It was the patience that really impressed me. You know, Jackie's one of those characters where you feel like you're constantly guessing off every single button, whether she's going to stagger or commit to something. And Abyss did a good job of just kind of looking for his opportunities. And on top of that, you also need a little bit of magic as far as making some solid reads. And he was ready for it. And there's a read gone bad just to start off this round. And now it's a completely different match, Arma, because he's starting from the halfway point. He's almost already halfway dead.
Oh no, read gone bad.
Just stop that entire thought in its tracks as Jackie lands a hit. There's some damage.
Yeah, easily some damage. All right, Jackie swinging Abyss, going back to being really, really patient. She super jumps out of there, and he just kind of walks up to her and goes for the back throw. That kind of tells you that Hijinx is just so committed to blocking. But oh man, look at this damage potential. Trying to, I guess he thought that a breakaway was coming, so he was trying to set up the goop on his landing for the breakaway, but didn't call it out quite right, but able to kind of recover from that. He didn't have to commit too hard to some things, didn't have any kind of crazy recovery on some moves of the call out. So definitely a good adjustment. Oh no. Now he's being a little too impatient.
What a position here for Abyss as well, and this is where he was able to kind of nuke Hijinx' health bar back and got an awkward trade there with the up shadow here. Hijinx wanted to close that gap. Abyss makes another huge read, was definitely feeling it with the health lead. This is going to come back to bite him here. Might pay the iron price for that mistake. Another dot damage on the ground. Hijinx towards the throw, but Jackie going 20 feet backwards after the whip. Resets neutral here. Scary. Hijinx jumped himself into the corner right there. 2 for 2 on that arm with the up shadow. This is nuts.
Yeah, really, really good move to hit on reversal, and you can definitely tell Abyss knows the matchup. Hold him back. Yeah. I feel like there have been barely any throws coming at it from Hijinx. Oh. As soon as I said that, he goes for the throw. Back
I'm not gonna lie though, Arma. I was about to say the same exact thing, that eventually a throw has to come. If someone blocks for 20 years, that is your answer right there. Force them to make a guess at some point. That was really smart by Hijinx. Because Abyss definitely, especially for the game number 1 where he also didn't really utilize throw at all, just bet it all on pressure and stagger pressure, Abyss definitely got into a rhythm of just blocking and waiting. And that's the perfect opportunity to throw, is when you know you have your opponent conditioned to sit there and block something. So smart.
Yeah, really smart. And I think another key factor in that last round was, you know, when Abyss was on that life lead, he was really feeling himself. He felt like he understood what Hijinx was going to do, and Hijinx kind of like does a little wave dash, like block dash, and just Abyss was so sure he wasn't going to see the teleport coming, and Hijinks sniffed that out, played it patiently at like the right opportunity, and that's where it really like threw me off, because he was moving and then all of a sudden hit the brakes, holding on the block. Here comes Noob Saibot, big whiffer, teleport, and a huge combo punish from Hijinks. So that I feel like morally destroyed Abyss there in that last game.
Yeah, ooh, lucky to get whiff punished on that one there. Sneaky recovery of Noob Saibot of his own, and tried to do the same thing in game number 1, checking that recovery with the 1-1. Just a little late, and he overcommitted. May have heard a sound cue that tempted him to do the teleport, and now it's life alert from this, and he was getting even more aggressive, trying to wake up with the buttons. Hijinks knocking on the door right now, those buttons, and I'm shocked that Abyss is still getting really aggressive with those swings right there. Just trying to, make Hijinks think a little bit before getting aggressive himself. Back to the ball, we're gonna see the bombs. No, another huge read. Abyss just bets another one. I'm loving it. Keep going to drop the combo here. Something's gotta change.
Huge dropped opportunity there. That could have been the momentum shift of a lifetime there. Could have been his game or his round entirely, even though he had a huge life deficit. Right now he's finding himself in a bad spot. Forward throw, going to keep the corner positioning. Decides to throw all caution to the wind, jump in on the wake up, and what a duck here from Jackie. Getting under that high, able to trigger that crushing blow for a lot of damage. Continues this onslaught, but the air going for Noob Saibot. Abyss option selecting that teleport just in case it does make that contact on it.
Arma, I honestly cannot tell. Oh my goodness, the tectonic shift in how the matches have gone from game number 1 to this game number 3 as this fatal blow looks like it might be enough on the roundhouse for Hijinks to secure the 2-1 lead. How solid and how slow-paced was game number 1, right, in comparison to that offensive onslaught that we just witnessed from both players? I don't think Abyss, after losing the health lead of the first round, blocked once. He just bet it all on swinging and trying to out-damage Jackie in that situation, and it got nutty. This entire thing is reset.
Yeah, and it was, he was, wake up, delay wake up buttons coming out of Abyss, jumping on wake up, definitely coming out of Abyss, especially when he was trapped in the corner there. But I feel like what I'm seeing is Hijinks being very comfortable, not having to think like, about, how am I going to get in? Just kind of, I'm already in. Here's super jump. I'm in, and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
and then
not,
panic.
And it's not game number 1 at all. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if Abyss is just kind of not able to lock down Jackie, or if Hijinks is just kind of second guessing that or guessing past those options. But Abyss has one last try here if he wants to stay on the winner's side. The winner of this match, or the winner of this set, I should say, will get a ticket into winners finals, where they're going to guarantee themselves 3rd place or better. And once you get to that winners finals, yeah. What's up?
Real quick, I'm gonna have you check our chat real quick.
Okay. Yeah.
So thank you on that. We're gonna get back into game number 4 here, and it's Abyss who has not, had his pedal to the metal during the last game and has decided not to take it off here. Loving the aggression already early on, and getting really aggressive with these shadows that have cost him before. And here we go. Hijinks just needing the one. The dot damage is on. The pressure is on. I feel like this entire match has happened right here in the right side corner, which is insanity. Such a high-paced matchup. Guessing wrong on the 1-1 as well. No conversion for Abyss, who's trying to take it, and no up shadow reaction. Missed the input on that one. Hijinks can, off of one hit, make this comeback happen. We've seen miracles happen before, ladies and gentlemen. So with the throw, checking the lumbar. Oh, with both legs. Patience just misses the punish on the roll right there, and Abyss has been crisp on those anti-cross-up, leap-up shadows. So smooth. Beautiful. Has a great position here, too. Can we get a game 5 out of the gate, chat? Can we get a game 5 out of the gate? Oh, I'm so excited. Let's see if we can get there. Another savage swing by Abyss, just making the right read in the pressure of Jackie. Sometimes that's all you need, ladies and gentlemen. It's just waiting for her to stagger, be right, and then swing yourself. One of the big options to have against her. There aren't many options. I'm not going to sit here and tell you there's a billion, but that's one way to approach this, and Abyss has done really well. The pressure is still on, though. Making a wrong read there. Lucky that Hijinks only committed to the down 1 and pressure, and gonna get a punish to the throw attempt. All of that early conditioning by Abyss is paying off right there. Definitely got him to throw, and he has been blocking all of this pressure out throughout the entire round. Even got him with the up shadow. Abyss is on one shadow from setting us to a Game 5 right there. You guys tell I'm hype right there. Both of these players are huge up-and-comers in our community. Look at right here. Winners Top 8, North American East, Pro Competition. The global circuit for Mortal Kombat 11, and these guys doing it at the highest possible level. Things you love to see. Game 5 for Abyss and Hijinks here.
So what a great time to come back. Abyss able to tie it up. What was a little bit of, what was the differing things that you saw there in that last game, Mr. Aquaman? Just so you can fill me in.
This is going to be the most Mortal Kombat thing I've ever said, but honestly, he was just right a couple of more times. He was just right a couple of more times than the previous game. On Hijinks' staggers, and, I feel like first hit determines so much. Sometimes when he'll start the round with a shadow, Hijinks does leap, Hijinks gets the hit, and able to get him to the corner. And I feel like that's what Hijinks has been needing to get in this, has been that first hit and having a health lead, because that's gotten Abyss to get even crazier. So here in a Game 5 situation, I think that first hit's going to be crucial, and whoever's back is to the wall might be losing this Arma.
I mean, it's a very bad spot to be in, in almost any fighting game. Back up against the wall limits your mobility, and makes it a little bit easier for your opponent to kind of guess what you're trying to do. No way to really walk back. Some characters can kind of jump out of there or teleport out of there, but for the most part, being in the corner is not a good look at all. Ooh, all right, Game 5 situation. These guys want it, like we said before. Newcomers here. Faces that we're not super familiar with in terms of being in the top 8, but these guys have definitely put in their work. Very talented players nonetheless, and they're trying to take it all the way. They're trying to take it all the way here, trying to get into that winners finals to secure top 3 or better. Character staying pretty much the same here, so let's see what kind of setting are we going to be seeing in, what kind of character are we going to be seeing in our winners finals for tonight. Now, I'm seeing a lot of slow pace here. Reminds me a lot of game number 1, Mr. Aquaman.
Yeah, that's right. These guys are, now that they know they both only have one life to live. Oh my goodness. You know what? Let me just stop that trade in its tracks as well. As we start off with 2 haymakers here in a game number 5. 300 damage plus for each to start us off here. Both completely neutral. This finding himself away from the corner here. Hijinks with his back, and neutral's completely reset here back to mid-screen. Really smart early cancel by Hijinks to avoid the up shadow. See how that mind game progresses here. Big damage, full screen for Abyss. And I like that. Those early oozes to bait out those up shadows. Good mind games being played here. Just kind of walking himself through there. That was scary Arma.
Lots of mids coming your way from Jackie. She definitely has, some of the best in that department. Very, very good moves to challenge with, not only because of how fast they are, but the reward that she gets for it. Able to confirm here into Fatal Blow, and I definitely agree with that. Use the resource, get the round when you can. Only 1 round left to go for Hijinks. Abyss, you gotta kick it into high gear, man. You gotta do it right here, right now. Next 2 rounds, gotta go for you. Trying to get Jackie to do something here. He's kind of like faking some kind of movement. I think he's trying to bait out Jackie into super jumping so he can hit her with the anti-air, but this time able to challenge at the perfect opportunity, confirming into the teleport, and there we go, not dropping the combo. Good damage, man, 43%. And hey, remember on Jackie, that's a little bit more. She does have a little bit less health. Does get the back throw. Good Oki for Jackie's position here. And just straight flossing.
And with that kind of health lead, this throw, not the worst thing to eat. Yeah, these throws for Abyss right now, he's like, you know what, I'm perfectly content with eating these. He's off his Fatal Blow. Yeah, she's gonna do some big unbreakable damage if I'm wrong. 1 away from taking it, and he's all on top of that, Arma. This has been a no-fly zone as we go to final game. Final round, game 5. Here at Pro Competition, NA East. This is just the first match of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There's West on top of this. Tons of Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, there's so much. This is literally the first set of many. And Hijinks going right into it. Hijinks overcommitting here, not anticipating that forward roll. And because of that, the recovery ended to his demise, but able to challenge here with some forward 3 action. the mids for days coming out of Jackie, and Abyss trying to calm down, trying to, set the tone to his favor, trying to relax, trying to get Jackie to super jump on Hijinks, not biting, never mind, he did it, but didn't get anti-aired there. Double check from both sides, does trade. Abyss trying to keep it as safe as possible, amplifying the slide, trying to get the reversal, but Jackie not home. Jackie not in that vicinity. Abyss just challenging, saying, I'm going out swinging.
Oh, this is where throw gets really scary. Abyss calling it out, and I can't believe that the one up shadow in the final round was the one that whiffed here as we're in double life territory.
Why not? Why not? Just
why not?
At that point, it would have got you the win, if not very punishable at all from that distance. Trying to anti-air. This is so scary. Jackie trying to get over the things. Oh no, Jackie making the connection here.
I cannot believe it. There was a lot going on the screen right there. A couple of things with both players, and it was Hijinks that found himself in the position at the end to get the punish, to get the victory here, and to stay on the winner's side.
What a nail biter. What a set, man. Down to the final game, final round. They were whiffing all over the place. Noob Cybot's just trying to anti-air Jackie, and she's like stopping the trajectory. It was just all over. It's like Jackie was playing like some kind of platformer. And then, just whiff city there at the end.
There
Jackie
were so many mind games right there at the end, too. I honestly can't believe that Hijinks jumped again. Abyss had just done an up shadow. It had just barely whiffed, and then Hijinks was like, you know what, I'm just going to jump again. And Abyss overcommitted to the string in that situation, and it came to that one little mind game right there of Hijinks, to me, making a really ballsy decision to jump again after a whiffed up, again, the up shadow almost got him on the leap cancel, and he just jumped right at him again. So good stuff to both, but that could have gone either way. That was awesome. Yeah. That was awesome.
But Hijinks does take it, and Hijinks is incredible play there. You saw adjustment throughout that whole set, and Abyss was doing a great job too. But again, for all you Abyss fans out there, I know everybody's rooting for your boy. Still going to be in the lower bracket or the losers bracket, however you want to call it. And so not the end of Abyss's tournament life, but he is one step closer to being eliminated from this tournament. And if you guys peek down at that lower bracket, it is not fun. There are two really specific, really, really tough opponents down there. And I don't want to be anywhere near there.
Luckily, the two I think that you're talking about in particular have to take each other out down there. But it's going to be...
so it's going to be somebody's on that side. Poor
Abyss plays the winner of that match, Gur and Samij down there. Gonna be waiting for him, and we got Bernanoni, Deadly Rebel coming as well. That Deadly Rebel, ooh, that collector! I'm excited here. And Full Auto making his pro competition debut as well, which we forgot to talk about. Winners top 8, first time here on the program. So shout outs to Full Auto on that, who has been doing really good in these online tournaments. I can personally attest to that. Did a really good job throughout the Coliseum and Champions, all those tournaments. Coming in here, boots and knocking with Sindel. I'm hoping. Hopefully his main hasn't changed in the past couple weeks. And then the Mighty Unjust. So, I don't even think I got to talk about the Mighty Unjust. If you guys are used to open series, he's won 400 of them.
And there's a lot of events going out there. So again, if you guys aren't in this specific region, there are a lot of different ways to qualify. Overall, 8 qualifiers. 8 qualifying weeks per region. The top 8 in point standings for each sub-region make that region's finals. Point structures are 350, 260, 230, 200, 140 for 5th place, and 70 for 7th placers in all these qualifying weeks. And remember, North America, East and West are going to have a $10,000 finale for those regions. And there's also going to be finales with money, $5,000 in each for Mexico, Latin America North, Latin America South, and Brazil, all $5,000 each. Intercontinental Combat, Europe East, Europe West, and Oceania and the Middle East are also going to have $5,000 per sub-region final. So again, if you guys are in those regions, definitely sign up, just to support and show love for the game, show love for the community, and get out there, make some friends, have some fun doing what you're probably going to be doing anyway. It's just a lot more fun to, get a shot at some glory, get a shot at some real money, and just have fun doing it. So
That's
again, if you
right.
guys are in those regions, do it and embrace everybody. Help this community grow. There's no reason to throw up walls or throw up anything to just kind of just bring more people into the community. Let's be good human beings. Let's have fun. That's what it's all about. It's all
That's
about
right.
love, and it's all about community. So, going into this next match, so it's going to be Full Auto versus the Mighty Unjust. Just to kind of break down, what we're about to see here. Full Auto, I think for the most part, is playing Sindel these days,
Hmm.
and the Mighty Unjust, kind of a question mark.
The roster.
Yeah, definitely the roster. He's very, very specific in,
But
or non-specific in who he's actually playing. But tell me, Mr. Aquaman.
it's all about who he's playing and the character that they're playing. Unjust is one of those guys that just he'll look at things differently than some of us. He'll look at a problem and be like,
Oh, yeah.
what's the answer for it? And he doesn't care what the answer is. He'll use it. You know,
Yeah.
he's not shy to counterpick you, and he's not shy to find out what you personally don't like and use that against you. He's a little bit of a savage in that regard, but that's why he's winning all these tournaments. And so here, it's going to be whatever Mighty Unjust feels like is either the mental counterpick to Full Auto or the on paper counterpick to Sindel. I'm kind of halfway expecting maybe Cetrion, who just does well against everyone. It's been who he's primarily been using for the Open Series, but then there are those, kind of sub picks for him. Not necessarily that he picks up zero, but he might. But those secondary picks where it'll be if he feels like he picks up on a pattern of full autos, if he finds himself down, little things like that. And that's what makes the Mighty Unjust really unique, is that he embraces everything in this game to beat his opponent. It does not matter.
Well, that's what I feel like. What kind of makes his stream so fun is he's one of the few streamers that you can actually go into his chat and say like, hey, can you play this character? I want to see what they're doing at a high level, and he can show you literally any character. It's kind of insane, and I don't know how he keeps that like all in his head. Like it's so.
If
so
I ever
tough.
learn a new character, I'm just gonna hit up the Mighty Unjust, if I'm being honest with you, and be like, hey, give me the rundown real quick.
What are the good matchups? What are the bad matchups? What buttons do I mash on wake up?
That's right.
How do I stop?
Which, we saw on display in that last match as well, where there was such defense coming from Abyss, and then he would just randomly turn the knob up to 11 and then start swinging in all those situations where it got his opponent in hijinks to kind of respect that a little bit and try to shimmy a little bit more. And it's welcome to Mind Games 101.
Yeah. I mean, there's always kind of, this little there's this element of anticipation or this element of guessing and in a lot of different fighting games, whether someone's going to do, something, there's counterplay to that. Or if they know that you're thinking about that, then there's counterplay to what you're trying to do. So, usually it goes full circle. And some games it goes, that circle's bigger, and other games that circle's smaller. So you kind of have to know how to navigate around that. And that's what I think is really tough to see on paper is decision making. Like, why go for certain things? And, if you don't have a good concept of, how big or small that circle is, or if and trying to determine whether someone got lucky on a certain stance or lucky on a certain guess versus no, they guessed that because they knew exactly what I was thinking. And those are two different concepts.
Yeah, it's like rock paper scissors, but there's 20 things to throw. And almost every single interaction between the players and the characters, there's gonna be some kind of, what do I think they're going to do? What am I going to do to stop it, counter it, or all of that? And that's just what's being played everywhere on the screen all at once is people just trying to figure each other out here. Fighting games are a lot more mental than people realize, too. And when you see someone get into someone else's head, that's when you really start to see some craziness.
Or very like
I told Arm that, and he was like, ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, when someone's in someone's head, they just, I always think back to like Scar when he does like short hop nothing down to and fishes out a high and gets it down to a crushing blow, and I'm just like,
Yeah, and that's an example of, thinking a few steps ahead, or at the very least one step ahead. And again, in those games where that decision-making wheel is a little bit smaller, you could easily be like too many steps ahead, and then you're back to like square one, and you're just like, oh, I'm making the wrong decision because I'm giving too much credit to what they're thinking about. And it's all, you also play against different players differently, whether someone, when you're playing against someone who doesn't know, this super high level intricacies, or, players that play more on feel rather than playing on frame
AKA
data.
dangerous players in Combat League is
It, it can be. They can be.
oh yeah.
I've seen a lot of upset
If someone's
faces.
unpredictable, it's one of the scariest positions to be in fighting games. It's a pretty good thing like a good chip to have on your shoulder. Low key on that one.
Yeah. And then the other one is which I guess kind of attests to that the player that refuses to be conditioned. You do something, you hit somebody with paper and they do rock like 5 times in a row, and then on that 6th time you're like, all right, I conditioned this guy. No way he's gonna throw rock again. I'm gonna mix it up, and and then you're not. They just throw rock again.
That's right.
And it's that extra.
It's one of those guys that just wake up down 4 times in a row, and you're like, okay, I've punished him 4 times in a row for this. He did it, and then you get down to a crushing blow. GG's, big fan. Have a nice day. We've all been there. Come on, guys, we've all been there.
Yeah. And every game's got their I guess their version of the the get off me move or I'm panicking move. But of course, Mortal Kombat and the uppercut or the down 2, as we quickly reference it in terms of the notations, it goes all the way back, man. That down 2, that uppercut, doing the most damage in the older MK games, and just kind of being that signature thing about Mortal Kombat. It's so unique in the way that it does. It performs that, and I really love that. Mortal Kombat 11 put emphasis on that move. Like they gave it its own special thing. Where I feel like outside of just anti-airing, like down 2s didn't really do anything in MKX, or even MK9 for that matter. Like it didn't mean the same thing that it does now. Now
it didn't have as much of an impact. That's for sure.
Yeah, now you can literally like make these crazy comebacks or like delete somebody's health bar just because you had that perfectly timed down 2, whether you were mashing it or whether you were purposely sniffing out a high or a throw. Either way, the result is the same thing. You see the crushing blow animation, your fists going right through their jaw, and you're like, okay, now it's party time. They don't have breakaway. I can do so much damage. I've got fatal blow. The sky's the limit. And it's really cool to see that the team kind of came back, to give kind of a little bit of like a throwback to the old MK days, or the old MK games, I should say. And just
we're also a couple uppercuts and you're dead.
Yeah, easy. Oh, they did so much damage.
If you go back far enough. Yeah, if you go back far enough, jump a couple times, gone.
Dead.
Beefy damage back there. Guys, they are setting up the next lobby, so we're just waiting for the next lobby to get together so that these guys can play. We're trying to get Mighty Unjust and Full Auto in here. And on the bottom, I just looked at the bracket. I just want to see. I see Burning Only versus Deadly Rebel. A couple of character specialists right there going at it, which has got me really excited as well down there. Deadly Rebel has always been kind of on that same, when I talk about guys that have always been right there, like on the cusp of being at the apex of MK11 competitively. Deadly Rebel's been there for a while here in North America, and when I saw his name in here, I said, it's one, it's about time, and 2, it's one of those, really proud of him. After putting in all the work, getting a lot of 9th places, Abyss in there, Hijinks as well. All those guys that just haven't had one big breakthrough, and I feel like this could be it, especially for 2 of the players in here in Abyss and Deadly Rebel. Because Hijinks, you know what? He made it last week. He's a veteran. I'm not even going to talk about him.
No, I definitely get what you mean though, where you see the player, putting in the hard work. They're entering tournaments like the Coliseum or Champions of the Realm or anything. The PS4 tournaments that happen all the time. And you see what they're putting in the work. They're putting, sign up, guys. They're putting in the work. They're putting in the effort, and you kind of see them grow as competitors. I kind of saw that a little bit about Abyss too. Abyss, a little bit newer to the scene, And the beginning of MK11 definitely didn't have these pro tour top 8s, whether it's offline or online. Still very, very tough, especially in a stacked region like North America East. Literally so stacked, like people are actually scared to compete in this region, just because it's just so much talent, so many people here. Look, we're looking at the lower side of this bracket, and we see Gur and Samij, two really, really good seasoned veteran players, are in losers. Like, that should tell you how tough this bracket is here. So now we finally do have the game going on here. Full auto going. Citadel as expected, and the Mighty Unjust. Was that Jackie? Let's see if we can get a
That is
closer look here.
definitely upgraded Jackie.
Woo, boy.
Which I wasn't 100% sure who he was going to come in with, whether it be the Cetrion pick or this upgraded Jackie that he's been using a lot as well. Every time he runs into a certain few players, Arma, we see this Jackie, and guess what? I get to make a mental note now that this is who he either likes against full auto or Citadel.
I mean, right now it's not happening. Right now it's not working. This air whip.
But is it the right pick? Is the question right now.
I love the throw mix here from Full Auto, giving up the corner positioning. Oh,
okay.
Flawless.
Darth Arma, you remember how we just said, like, watching someone be in someone else's head? Like, that round was it. That instant jump one read was everything that I needed to know about Full Auto playing ridiculously tonight.
So on point, but hold on, can we turn this completely around? Tries to go for some mids to put herself at plus here, but instead Full Auto challenging perfectly with the delay wake up, tries to neutral jump, tries to get crazy, double overhead, very, very, very unsafe. So if you guys can see that combo, that is what Full Auto is risking every time he goes for that air whip, that air whip. It does hit as an overhead, so it is very tricky. She can cancel, jump in from it. So it's again, but super duper risky. And Mighty Unjust showing in full fashion how to do it. How's he coming back from getting flawless in this first round? Tries to use the dirty matchup, and look at that conversion.
Short-term memory, it never happened. That flawless victory in Mighty Unjust's mind never happened. It didn't exist. Full Auto. It's the forward throw here. Oh, and at the crushing blow on it. This is definitely doable. Fatal blow is in play. The Screamer about to play. He just reacts with the fatal blow. One hit to determine it all here.
Less health. She has less health, so it is could be very close.
It hurt.
Yeah. No. I think she's good. I think she's good. Forward roll, getting really aggressive. The Mighty Unjust doesn't want to block anything and doesn't block, or not able to block there. Looked like the Mighty Unjust had no bar. No defensive bar, no
That was a really good reaction, because I was trying to break down everything that was on the screen, and Full Auto did it quicker than I think both of us, because I don't think we realized that he did not have any defensive bar, and I thought that he took a risk there for a second. I had like a heart skip, like a heartbeat skip right there. I was like, oh no, it's punishable. But really calculated kill there by Full Auto. That was so fast.
Yeah, it was quick. That was extremely fast there at the end. I wish I saw a little bit more patience out of the Mighty Unjust, in those last two rounds. Before and after getting hit with that fatal blow. The fatal blow happened because, he just went in super jump swinging, got fatal blown, and then afterwards, you could even see the aggression continue in terms of, him going with a forward roll because he just wanted to close the gap as desperately as possible. And they're coming off that meter, that last meter that could have got him one more situation had he not spent it on that forward roll. But the Mighty Unjust sticking with this character, and I do get it. Just a few adjustments, especially considering that he got flawless in that first round. He was able to have a good round number 2, round number 3. Cartwheel in, cartwheel out. Very tough string to deal with in terms of fighting Citadel. So always got to watch out for that. Mighty Unjust converting beautifully here, 40% on the board, taken away here at that life bar, but doesn't get the punish there twice. And they'll just whipping that kick. I mean, but he's specifically calling out like a jump attempt, I think, or maybe he's doing a preemptive block of 3. Oh no. What? That was weird. Did you see so that's normally combos, but because he was in the time state, the last hit didn't combo, and I don't think Full Auto was even ready for that.
I don't think anyone was ready for that.
Very specific.
He went for like
very weird stuff.
I like that he went for all of his mitts right there because I need to go a little profound, and there's the scream. Big damage. That 364 for it, and against a 950 character, we all of a sudden have a health lead already.
Hey, able to mix it up, get that nice reward here. Very risky stuff, but it can get you back in there. Ball is blocking from full auto, minimizing that chip as best as possible. Lots of mids coming here from the Mighty Unjust. Not sure full auto was holding up, but he definitely was not blocking there. And the Mighty Unjust able to tie up this set. I think so far, you know, if you're looking at round for round, decision for decision, I think Mighty Unjust is feeling comfortable. He, you know, is in control here. So I think it's up to full auto to make some kind of adjustment. I don't think picking someone besides Sindel is necessarily the answer, but something's not working out here. Something's not clicking. Something's not stopping the Mighty Unjust. And again, he's willing to use whatever character he needs to, you know, kind of seal the deal. As Mr. Aquaman highlighted earlier, like we're just going to, you know, we got to pick what we got to pick.
Yep.
Whether
and
everybody hates it.
And it really let us know that Unjust likes this matchup in particular because on a loss, he didn't switch. And that's really big because you almost never see him not switch characters on a loss for Mighty Unjust. Always trying to make a quick adjustment and always try to use that information that you gave him in the game prior against you. And so in game number 2, he said, you know, all that information given him in game number 1, he was perfectly comfortable with. And that goes to show the confidence in him as well. It's the game 3 here, but even you were talking about how it kind of felt like Mighty Unjust already retook control of the set just in that last game.
Yeah. And if you look at how close game number 1 was, like it came down to the wire, one fatal blow determining it pretty much. But all right, full auto already looking good here, connecting that throw. Mighty Unjust looking to block. We're gonna do something. Get crazy. And speaking of crazy here, full auto throwing all caution to the wind. Says I'm going for the overhead. This is gonna get 40%. This is, you know the character this is, right? I mean, you know what character this is. Love the cancel here. Yeah, something you're not going to see too often.
One hit the fatal blow. Definitely bet it all on the low right there. So scared right now. Oh, it that's going to do it. Random fatal blow. One neutral jump read for full auto. Catching the whiff of Unjust gives him another round here. This has been nice and kind of unpredictable. Good back and forth.
Yeah, the neutral jumping here. Yeah, both of them are.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
The neutral jumping here. Now, this is something I just picked up on, like what full auto is doing. So he's neutral jumping and hitting either the hair move, which is, I believe, neutral jump 2, or the kick. And those are two very different approaches in terms of, you know, how to whiff punish them. So the kick's going to be a little bit more stubby, but it is more plus on block, whereas the hair flip, a lot less stubby, but definitely not advantageous on block. Double overhead here, so tough to deal with. In terms of, you know, the mix or how you're comfortable. Usually people are like, oh, I blocked the jump in, it's my turn to swing.
This has been some insane mix by full auto so far. That one shimmy to back 3 was huge, but it's gonna be fatal blow, unbreakawayable, and that's gonna be the round for the Mighty Unjust. Woo, does this character do some damage? You're never safe. You're never safe against Jackie. You could have Sindel's, you know, size, I don't even know what size, what they get, size 9 stilettos down there, coming to knock him with the forward 4, but I'm going to hit you one time, and that's going to be the life bar. Nice anti-air by Unjust. That's something you see against Sindel. A lot of people respect that jump kick an awful lot here. And a little bit of unforbidden finish to the string. It's okay, it's safe anyway. See what the mix is going to be for Unjust. Let's the overhead rip.
Oh, good throw tech there. Able to challenge, but it looked like some kind of execution error here from the Mighty Unjust. Doesn't get the downward blast. It converts some good damage. And also doesn't get the whiff recovery there from that jump in from Sindel. Very tough to challenge. Again, a good range of those different buttons when she does take to the air. Makes it really, really unpredictable. Nice cancel, fakes the throw. Mighty Unjust looking to throw tech, a throw that never happened. Full auto, trying to keep Jackie at bay, but we all know Jackie is one leap away from making the comeback. Hits the down shot. Oh, able to block the down one. No, yeah, he had nothing.
Oh,
Literally
the double down one? Wait a minute. The double down one for the closeout? That's a Mortal Kombat X player right there.
I I think it was a good decision, and this is why. This is why I think it was a good decision, because of the spacing that he had there on that down one and the timing of when that down one came in contact. Obviously it was the right call, but it is very scary. Like if your down one gets blocked clean, you're usually pretty negative, and Jackie has a really, really good way of checking you with, her mids. Mids are really good. Forward three is really good. So kind of a scary decision there by Full Auto, but because of the distance and timing, I think it was a good one. So you're saying, I mean, Cetrion's on the screen.
Cetron is on the screen. I want to touch on one thing real quick. How savage would it be if that comes back later on in this set to where we see Full Auto, and I'm just making a commentator's read. We're gonna see down one hair flip eventually. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Down one hair flip. It could happen. It could happen.
That's the mix-up when you implement multiple pokes into your game like that. I've been there, baby.
It's very,
but
very.
There's a different monster on the screen for Unjust. A completely different monster.
Yeah, this is a more of a passive, laid back, more zone heavy guy. Cetrion, well, she does have a really, really good teleport that can get her in, instantly or away instantly. For the most part, she's going to be trying to set up, some builders. Oh, beautiful, flawless block up three there.
That was gorgeous. Full Auto showing off here, who's on match point. And it just done a good job of blocking the mix-up off the jump-ins too, and I like the adjustment in the last game by Full Auto to do nothing and then throw a mix-up, and it started working. He's on chip territory here. Those kids waiting too crazy or too slow. That fatal blow's ready for Sindo. Sorry for Cetrion.
Oh, good block there. Good block from Full Auto. I mean, knowing that fatal blow does track, knowing that it was more likely going to be, the route that Mighty Unjust was going to go with, because he understood the resources that were available, understood the situation. So, again, pretty predictable here. During the tornado, restanding Sindel, hitting her with those mids. He thought throw was coming, but the next one was the throw, which he didn't see coming. So Mighty Unjust in a really, really good spot here.
With the health bar, though. Two little resets right there. I don't think that was intentional, but it may have been. That might be the highest damage BMP he could have gone for right there. Cetron, not the damage dealer of MK11. That actually may have been optimal. I'm going to take everything that guy said as Unjust gets the round to stay alive. This is still match point for Full Auto.
Full Auto can take this here. And not send us into a Game 5. But of course, we all want to see a Game 5. We want to see as much more combat as possible. Hitting that overhead here. Mighty Unjust going for a little ride. He's been getting so aggressive with these teleports. He's been calling it out so perfectly here. The teleports from the Mighty Unjust are insane. They're on another level tonight. Challenge it back with, again, one of the best highs in this game. Definitely Cetrion stand one. Super duper fast.
It's a wall in and of itself. And I realize that by saying that she does have a wall, she's got multiple walls. Her normals are some of them.
Oh, that was very scary. I thought that scream was going to make a connection. Throws the ball. Oh, punish here. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Fatal blow to maximize the damage. This is not going to be enough to kill the Solar Beam, as Mr. Aquaman says. Not going to be effective enough. Down to nothing. 5% left here. Trying to hit that air boulder. Flawless blocking, such a crucial thing, and then he mixes it up with the block throw.
Oh,
he mixes it up with the for the timing on those two different things. So different. I mean, you get into a rhythm, you think Cetrion boulders are coming, or you think air lasers coming, and then all of a sudden, any of those options, and then all of a sudden, the Mighty Unjust goes, no, I'm going to do none of those things, and he didn't see it coming. It kind of throws that little that wrench into this whole bag of anticipation, and that's why he did it. That's why it was a good shot there. Not that interactable is, very unsafe or a very tough thing.
It was just the perfect time to be there because of how different it is in comparison to every single one of her projectiles, right? It was a good distance to jump Hell's Wrath. It was a good distance to jump a boulder read and be safe because of startup. It was a good distance to jump and read ground pound. I think that was a good jump. If I'm being honest with you, it just happened to meet something that was completely unexpected, and now is probably giving birth to a chitin.
That's it. full meeting its destiny here. You know, that's where it belongs. Mighty Unjust helping just a little bit there. Trying to throw that boulder, and look at that mobility from Sindel. Like, even though that move is super duper unsafe, it gets her from point A to point B so quickly, and here comes the screen crushing blow. Lots of damage, trying to get the momentum on his side. Good block of the overhead from the Mighty Unjust. Hitting it perfectly here, challenging with some down ones, faking the throw, and full auto does guess right. Able to jump out of a bad situation, trying to mix it up here, and the Mighty Unjust textbook punish coming out of him. Cetrion, so insane right now, so insane today, but full auto still trying to hold on to whatever little life we got here. Oh my god!
Hitting it all too! What a call out! Unjust has been so good at reacting to those cancels, and this is gonna be awful close. This one might kill. She might be a water type this time around. Hold on.
She's alive.
She's alive.
She's alive. She's alive.
Effective.
2% left.
Oh,
Down to nothing. Oh no! What was full auto trying to do there? I mean,
there was definitely an input error there, or two. Oh,
Yeah.
that one hurt. That one hurt. Somebody
Now
just
that,
match point.
you know how demoralizing it is to be a Sindel player, use that screen crushing blow, and then lose that round? Like, if that's not in full auto's head right now, he's got this super strong mentality to just kind of ignore those negative thoughts, but that's what would be running through my head right now. Trying to throw up that timing ball, but this time Sindel able to connect that jump in. Lots of challenging, lots of double down ones coming from full auto here. Mighty Unjust better take note of that. Down one challenge again from full auto. Cancels and goes for the fake throw. Mighty Unjust bought himself all this real estate. Look at all this room he's got to go back. And full auto very willing to take these trades. Mighty Unjust has to look for some other route here. You need clean hits. The trades are not going to do it for this situation.
It's gonna be a tough one. One more here. He's gonna be able to do it in chip, and look at that, Mighty Unjust even respecting post down one on block, and just full auto's in his mind to not take his turn right there. Really good conditioning by full auto, and again, that's a mind game I've been seeing develop this entire time, and we're seeing the next level of it. And there's a big risk that got him here in the first place, and it didn't go too hugely punished by the Mighty Unjust there. Finds himself in a tough position with his back to the wall here. Cetron can do some awful good controls. Rounded!
The crushing requirement is that it has to go through projectile. The projectile was behind her, but it's still counting down.
Oh, then he died! He's dead! We were talking about Mortal Kombat, and then he died!
Bam! Fastest round.
Wham! Bam! Thank you, ma'am. Cetrion taking it 3-2 off of one of the craziest crushing blows I've ever seen in MK11. That one caught me off guard.
Yeah, Mighty Unjust just looking incredible here. I mean, again, going back and forth with full auto, you know, moving a little bit on the character select screen, but as soon as that wall crushing blow hit, it was just
dude, yeah, that was
everything.
That was like
all
the final
logic
nail in
went
the
out the
coffin.
window.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
God.
where. Oh man, it's really hard not to buckle under pressure like that, and you saw the immediate down to crushing blow afterwards, and that's all she wrote. But that's what it came down to, and gotta give credit to full auto. Hopefully, it doesn't affect him too much there. That you know, I think we all felt that crushing blow from Cetrion. That one absorb on what looked like the first shot, activating the crushing blow on the amplified. That's something that you don't see every day.
No, it was such a weird exchange, or like a weird interaction, you know, between those things. Because, like, you know, the way that I guess that crushing blow is designed is it's kind of hard to you got to kind of anticipate projectiles, but you know, I think it was designed with the anticipation of like a traditional projectile, like, you know, a knife throw, or, you know, an ice ball, or, you know, and the wall is supposed to go through it. If the wall nullifies the projectile and then you amplify and hit, that's when the crushing blow triggers. But it was such a unique projectile from Sindel, where she jumps in the air and hits you with those, you know, low looking moves. Yeah, she shoots at the ground, and she shot at the ground behind her, but the wall came up, and it still worked. It still connected, crushing blow. And I think full auto at that point, he was just like, I'm done. I'm checking out. No way that just happened to me for like all that damage.
It still could have gone either way. That's what's amazing about that set. is that both of these winner side matches were game 5 down to the wire. And even though we see, characters like Jackie and Cetron moving along, kind of the usual suspects of MK11, those guys.
Yeah.
But it was game 5s, so close between two up and comers, two character specialists. In Full Auto and Abyss, still able to take it to game 5s in both and be a hit away from being a completely different winners finals than what we're going to see. And that just goes to show you the level of the competition here tonight. So shout outs.
Yeah, man. All of them. I mean, they're incredible players. And again, incredible shout out to Astro for providing the headsets that we are wearing. Yes, these beautiful A40s. A lot of stuff here available on the Astro website. Again, just a reminder, everyone, we love Astro, the official audio partner of Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition. All the caster audio is provided by Astro for the entirety of the season. Please visit astrogaming.com to find more information on all of their officially licensed PlayStation audio products, which are available now. I mean, a lot of good stuff here. And again, just to reiterate on the quality, how comfortable everything is, we can wear these for hours and it's not going to hurt us at all. So good. And you guys deserve it. Treat yourselves. Go out there and buy yourself some Astros, upgrade your setup just a little bit. Very, very easily. Get some high quality audio and get a great mic so your friends can hear all your qualms.
Arma, what? Who is that? Who is that character on the screen?
I am seeing Frost. So I remember seeing Bernanoni saying on Twitter that I believe he got top 8 using only Frost. Got to check my notes here. Don't know if it says anything about that, but I want to say that he posted something on Twitter earlier yesterday about getting top 8 with Frost, which is, a character you're not seeing as much, especially not recently.
I've got here a couple of notes as well. Shouts to David for actually doing a couple of quick questions with some of the players, and this one made me laugh. Deadly Rebels, thoughts on this match? You like my setup? There's a little bit of MK meme right there. A lot of these guys have been making some really good memes in their responses. And apparently they've met before because Bernanoni says, well, we meet again. This is exciting. Not a match you see every day, especially these top 8s.
Yeah, so this is Deadly Rebel. I misspoke before. I said Bernanoni, but I meant to say Deadly Rebel is the one that's using Frost here. I know Frost was kind of a prospect for him like a while ago. Maybe not like a serious, secondary character. But, I mean, to go on this character here, spending what could be a tournament life on this, I think it means that he's very serious about this character pick.
Yeah.
One of the best things about Frost is her ability to anti-air with jump down 3, which is what he's looking for there, but Jade kind of messing with the trajectory. And are you really playing Jade if you're not just randomly getting down 2?
Exactly.
Are you
see
really
those
playing Jade?
I better see those emotes in the chat. Y'all got them? Let us know. And for Rebel, this is almost, if you look at the way that he's always approached a character like Collector as well, it's no surprise that he's found another home in Frost. He loves putting things on the screen as well, whether it be the auger, whether it be the head on the ground, and the vast amounts of huge arcing projectiles. That sounds like the way Deadly Rebel played Collector to me, who was more of a spare change main than anything. That's why I say that.
I think he likes long-range normals as well, whether that's, Frost down 4.
Who doesn't, baby?
Yeah, I know that. Good conversion here from Bernanoni, just kind of trying to maximize the damage. And speaking of damage here, yeah, nothing you're going to do about that situation. Here comes the crushing blow. Frost down to pretty much nothing in the air. Tries to break away, but definitely not going to mess that up. Bernanoni, and I love that he kept it nice and simple there at the end. I've seen a lot of people drop a lot of combos, whether it's in Combat League or, top 8s. Just keep it simple, Know the situation, and that's what he knew. He was aware of the health bars. He wasn't like, oh, this might not kill, or, will this kill? Very confident that she had absolutely nothing left. Kept it simple, dash up, down 2. That down 2 reaches from so far, has such a big hitbox. No way in hell that was missing. No way. So both, it looks like Deadly Rebel's sticking with Frost here. And I don't know about that one.
Yeah, he just got nothing going there in game 1. All those heads he put out is with cryogenic. I actually forgot the name of the special. I'm about to look at it here as it comes up. But the cryogenic crown, every time we put that out, I feel like he got punished for it. Like, it had so much recovery, and Burning Oni's aggression in those moments were really smart because if you think of a setup character, you know, it's that time to set up that he hasn't gotten on hit, so we try to set it up in the neutral, and in the neutral, she's going to be really negative at all. I'm leaving.
Yeah, see you later.
Never mind.
See you later. Pack throw here. Okay, Burning Oni continuing this onslaught with Jade. Trades are definitely not going to be in Frost's favor. Although this projectile is multiple hitting. A lot of Frost players say it's really, really bad, and you know, you never really want to trade for it. It's more for, you know, situations where, you know, they're down to nothing. Good block of that low exploding head coming out of Frost. Able to convert into Delia's dance here at the end. Ooh, tries to get the up 3 on the recovery from Frost. Frost able to launch here thanks to that crushing blow. Gonna enhance this combo ability with those augers. Ducking right under, but the bomb there from the head. Able to, you know, kind of cover all her bases here. Keeping Jade in the corner. Jade going for the interactable Injustice Boys right out of there.
Ooh, maybe that doesn't count as a projectile. I know that Jades don't like this because of the ice bomb, but does the cryogenic crown not count as a projectile as well? Could be a difference maker here.
Yeah.
You haven't seen a lot of glow from Burning Oni at all.
No, I believe the bomb doesn't, but I think a straight, yeah, that counts as a projectile. We just saw the purple stuff going right through here. Both players down to absolutely nothing. Trying to just...
Oh, that was a good call out. That was a galactic brain possible reaction. It looked like it was a reaction, but how cool was it that Burning Oni used the stage to traverse that entire map multiple times, and for Rebel to call that down was pretty cool. My man got mobile.
Yeah, no, it was definitely the right call. Probably would have spent it too, but very, very expensive for Frost to come off of that fatal blow. It is just a good resource, you know, to be able to lock down any character. Like, just the threat of it. Not able to convert there. Huge dropped opportunity here from Deadly Rebel. Yeah,
too early on the down. That was great. He was really big on having a higher hitbox to it. Used the right pull himself. That was just crazy. Beautiful flawless block there. Multiple times Deadly Rebels saw a couple of whiffs in front of him that may have been back toable, but he's been reacting. Oh no, with the down 40, misses out another punish opportunity. Now he's getting those shenanigans going, Arma. Those cryogenic crowns. And I'm waiting for one setup to work before I pop off.
Usually when it works, it's kind of like a snowball effect. Not to dive into, you know, the frozen aspect of her. But, you know, it's very momentum-based. You know, once you get it going, it's, you know, she can kind of, you know, play against you trying to avoid the head. And a lot of it starts off from, like, the throw setup. So that's kind of why Burning Oni's just staying away from her. Staying as far back as possible. Just trying to get... Oh my... Did you look at this? There's 4 seconds left.
4 seconds, and it would have been a different story if he hadn't closed the gap, and that was just some extra pressure alone. I haven't seen if Burning Oni brought Delia's dance or not. I've only been looking at the cryogenic across the time, and there's the down 3 put in some work.
Yeah, no, he does have that. Just want to quick here. He was using it a little before. Down 2, but looks like he opted not to go for the crushing punch, or I don't think she actually used it already. That's going to be very, very negative. So good challenge here from Deadly Rebel, but Burning Oni playing pretty respectfully.
Oh, no!
He's been missing that punish so much, and it's, you know, you got to punish Jade while she's still in the air. She recovers immediately as she hits the ground. So a tough thing to deal with, but yeah, you got to. I mean, you're doing down 3 and it's simply not working.
Huge health lead for Oni right now. Spacing him out right now. Clean keep away. Now wait a minute. Nice. He's had every answer the moment that Rebel tries to get that crown going. He's been able to avoid it. The avoidance of Burning Oni, something we don't talk about an awful lot, has been sensational and takes the turn. Perfect button, and Oni could have gotten snowballed right there if he didn't press that down one perfectly. That was scary.
Very, very scary. I mean, it was regular punish there, and I guess, this is Bernanoni showing that, he's familiar with the matchup. Now, this is back when we were locked to variations, this variation of Frost was always kind of seen as a gimmick, or always kind of seen as like, well, it works the first few times you play somebody, and then they figure out how to avoid, the rolling head trap, and how to not get looped by throws. Yeah,
Huge
so
matchup knowledge against this character for sure. And it looks like he's got it,
Yeah.
or some at least.
he definitely has it. Oh, I know you were excited about some collectibles.
Wait a minute. Oh boy.
Special forces.
I saw the vial. I want to say it was vial something teleport. I'm 5%
If
sure.
you're on the loading screen, if we get the full screen here, so I can
Command
read it.
grab, teleport, bag bomb. This is a good loadout. So he has the bag bomb for the plus frames, command grab for the mix-up, and the teleport for the mobility. This is a good collector variation.
Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna want that mobility. Going against a character like Jade, she's gonna be jumping back from projectiles. She's gonna want to be at full screen for this matchup, and gonna be up to Deadly Rebel to chase him down. Oh, I believe actually those normals, that strength, do those count as projectiles where he throws the knives out with his other hands?
That's an excellent
really
question.
sure.
We'll have to-
I mean, a lot of weird
That's
properties
phenomenal.
here. A lot of weird properties here we can see.
This is a tough comeback Collector to try to make right now. Well, I've seen crazy things out of Rebel, and he jumps there into the glaive. Match point now for Bernanoni, who has had some destructive tournaments himself of late. Ever since Ultimate dropped, Bernanoni's has had that dance equipped and has been putting in work. I want to say top 8 the first tournament after Ultimate was Bernanoni. I think he won it, actually. That was a while back.
Not surprised. I mean, this is a good player all around. What you're seeing here from Jade, being in the top 8 for this extremely stacked region is insane. Oh, here comes the big boot. That was actually a big punish coming out of Collector. A lot of whip recovery from Jade. Goes into Delia's dance, but looked like Deadly Rebel taking to the sky and not really anticipating it. And that's going to be the punish. All those short hops, those universal overheads are all negative enough to get punished on block.
Yeah, it's all about having good reactions, too. A lot of people get away with them. That's why you see a lot of short hops these days. Oh, the mix and a mid-command grab to close out the round. Rebel stays alive. Whoa, that was a cool taunt right there. Okay, Collector. It looked like he went. It looked like he went to a Shokan stance for a second.
It did look like that.
Oh, what?
On a second.
Or may have punished that. Nice blocks. And that is a mix-up situation off the back one of Jade's. Naturally ends in the overhead, and oh no! Every time she whips a glaive, Rebel's punish just hits air.
Yeah, it looked like he was anticipating a regular jump in coming out of Jade, but you always gotta watch out for that glaive coming out. She can do it early, she can do it
And then
late.
the one punish, and he didn't commit. Oh no, Arma! Arma not like this.
Oh,
Hefty helped me though.
Here.
Jail.
A lot of short hopping attacks coming from these guys. Right into Delia's dance, trying to
Oh,
nice and low.
no.
Oh, able to convert into the fatal blow. It's done pretty good damage. I think he's dead. If he's not, it's very, very close.
One more kick. Oh, it's 2 more. Oh, yeah, that is gonna be it. Burnin' Oni. 3-0 over Deadly Rebel. Rebel had some opportunities. Had
Fatality.
It had been a while since I've seen that one. But the opportunities were there. Bernanoni was just, he was always mobile, always off the ground, and it never let Deadly Rebel get comfortable or in a rhythm. I feel like it was just him. Both those games he was using interactables like crazy. 0 punishes on the air glaive, and as it got punished less and less and less, Oni did the right thing and abused it more and more and more. If you noticed, he was like, you know what? If he's struggling with this, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Air glaved it out. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Again, able to kind of, and I feel like that's where like the main thing with fighting against Jade is you know what to do when those air glaives whiff. You know, she's jumping back, they go over your head. You know, characters have very specific punishes. You know, sometimes, you know, as long as you're down 2 reaches, you know, you can just down 2, get some good damage. If it hits high enough, you can convert for a little bit more, or you can do what, you know, if you look at those matches, the difference between Deadly Rebel had a better concept of punishing Jade as Collector, and that's going to just attribute to, you know, the years of playing this character and how to deal with, you know, that kind of situation. Whereas Frost was a little bit newer, so, you know, he was kind of autopiloting and hitting down 3 because, you know, you would think that that would work. Yeah. So,
you know, Collector also has mix-ups. Collector also has actual mix-ups. He's utilizing the short hop kick because forward 1 you have to respect all day long, and on top of that a mid command grab that he can take throw off of. So brought a lot more arsenal to the table up close because Frost just wasn't getting the hits, and it wasn't leading to those setups almost at all. And out there in the neutral, Jade was just running a field day with that. But go for it.
Yeah, no, it was good, and that's what it really came down to is dealing with those glaives. But we do want to give a little bit of a shout out to PlayStation 4. Remember, guys, this is a PlayStation 4 tournament. Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition is presented by PS4 Tournaments. Check out the PS4 Tournament Open Series. PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels. Compete against your friends and your rivals for unique rewards. You can visit the PlayStation 4 Competition Center, the one destination that has Mortal Kombat content that gives you an inside look at how top players play and tips and tricks for players of all skill levels. All you guys got to do is go to compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN ID, and you are good to go. A lot of different tournaments there, not just Mortal Kombat, not just fighting games. So give it a try, give it a go, and check out what we have to offer there. So going into this next match, I want to say this is probably, if you're looking at in terms of like experience and in terms of like legacy, you're looking at all these players right here. This bout in this first round of the top 8, nothing but history here. Gur coming from Brooklyn, dating, you know, his debut in the NRS scene all the way back to Injustice 1. And just becoming a better player with every, you know, release of the game, every new game, really finding his footing in Injustice 2. And then you have Samij, who's been around since MKX, online warrior through and through, a machine that can just go through any matchup, understand
a machine
any situation.
Indeed.
Yes.
Samij.exe, the program, the software invented by NetherRealm to destroy us all in these games, is Samij. Secretly, that's just a joke, guys. He's not actually a robot, but he plays like it. And that's why we call him it. On the other side, we got Gur.
Jeez,
And I don't think I need to even talk about Gur. You guys know Gur.
This is my billionth
Veteran
life cycle.
in his own right.
Ugh, that sounds exhausting.
And no surprise that these two players, these two legends of the NRS community, going at it in a top 8 once more.
Definitely legends through and through here. Short hop knee coming out of Gur here. Challenging her approach with the down 1. Gears has one of the best down 1s in this game. 6 frames very fast, and got some pretty good recovery here, even after the most recent patch. Tries to hit her with the mid here. Here comes the command grab. Speaking of mids, Gears' command grab does head it as a mid. And if you carry him all the way to the corner, you get that extra little damage boost. Trying to just kind of keep...
This is the Gur tactic right here.
Oh yeah. Complete control here. Throwing up the clones just in case she gets past the quicksand or that magnet sand that you see there on the ground. And you know, you can pop it in B+, or you can teleport for mobility.
Oh no. He can pick it up!
Surprised it didn't,
okay.
It didn't mess up his combo. It
not
didn't
at
mess
all.
up his combo at all.
He's probably labbed that. That's absolute savage. Samij probably labbed that. I would not be surprised whatsoever. Gur still takes the first round though. Was awesome, but not enough to secure it. That was really good patience by him to wait out Gur getting the full screen and then reading it with the bomb. That was really good call out, knowing Gur's tendencies as a player. Still not enough though. Gur's rocking this. Oh, hello! There's one you don't see every day. Ready for it?
Whoa. there in time to stop that throw recovery here, or to punish that throw recovery, I should say. Hitting him with a tick throw, regular mid right into that mid command grab. Cassie trying to get past the sand clones past this trap. But Gur is just saying, no, you're staying here, I'm in control. Very, very scary when Gur is in complete control there. Just kind of stops your approach, all these obstacles in your way, the low sand hitting, you know, when you jump. Very, very scary stuff there. Breaking away, and Samij with a good call out, able to dash forward to get some good Oki setup. Not committing to the low gunshot, yeah.
Final round.
I don't mean to put Gur on blast here, but he does have a tendency to try to wake up down one and steal a lot of turns. And so I think that was just a really good call out by Samij right there. The string was going to be safe anyway, got the hit confirmed. GG's, big fan. Still game one here, and about what I expected. A lot of flawless blocks between the two, and we see so many mind games because these are two of the smartest players in our entire community. Guys that put the work in the lab, and then you see it here on display for us in bracket. And you know, Gur, it's a different way of thinking. Okay, there was a big down two for some damage, but Gur has a lot of methodical zoning to him and a lot of space control where he's thinking about kind of more unique things than some of us other players do. And for Samij, to me, he might be all about the numbers. This guy just knows what to do in a lot of situations, except for eating a mid command grab there. Gur puts up the wall of sand, the plus frames, not falling for the stagger either. That could have been a big command grab, but Gur, those down 4 gauntlet checks have gotten Samij to press there. It looks like a couple of times, even got him off the breakaway accidentally. And so for Gur, it's just keep doing what you're doing. He's backing off, putting things on the screen, and up close, he's used a lot more command grab than I'm used to seeing Arma. That's one adjustment I've seen since the last time even we've played, and the last tournament I've watched him playing, is more command grabs. You got a mid command grab, you better abuse it. I know that game.
I think, oh yeah, you definitely know all about abusing mid command grabs. I think it's because of the type of player that Samij is. He's very methodical. He is very patient. So when you have something like a mid command grab against a patient player, you want to utilize it because you're forcing them to jump. And when you force them to jump,
honestly.
you're putting.
As a former competitor and as someone that still tries to compete with these guys, even at a casual level, the more patient players for a command grab character, to me, are the best ones to play against, because they're sitting there looking for something, and it forces you to do something. You're either going to take a command grab or you're going to jump, and that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, it forces you to take a risk, and it puts you out of your comfort zone. That's definitely not the style that Samij prefers to play. So I could definitely see Gur actively thinking, all right, I got to get him out of his, element. And again, these guys are very familiar with each other, all throughout Injustice 2, all throughout Mortal Kombat 11 at a high level. Like, these guys train and play and compete against each other all the time. Just kind of trying to lock him down here, and Samij the third time going for that string. This time Gur doing something about it. But right now, not looking too hot here as Cassie just kind of takes to the sky, applying all this pressure. But here comes right under the high gunshot, and Gur gonna be cashing in big here, forcing her to come off that breakaway. Here comes the command grab, but that's okay. She's got a lot of real estate, a lot of room.
Oh, not anymore.
Low chop.
And we're command grab. With punish with a sand trap up close, that would have been the crushing blow for death right now. And Gur, all of a sudden, with the health lead, this could be 150. One more guess for the win. It's going to be the wake-up fatal blow by Samij. No, it's another big command grab. Oh, my.
What a comeback.
What is eating him alive? And it's the patience, Arma, that you talked about, burning Samij in the end there.
Yeah, the patience is what was killing him there. I mean, he just kept blocking, but again, you have to realize what's at your opponent's arsenal. What does he have? Mid command grabs, you know he's gonna hit those. Again, hitting it, that extra little damage boost in the corner. Thank you, 50%, no problem at all. Big jump in, and what a conversion from Samij. Standing position, Gur looking to jump away, and I love the delay there from Samij, able to just make sure every single shot hits its mark here. This time not getting punished. Gur able to hit that down one, and there it is, Samij. Yeah, he's getting out of there, but he did mess up that conversion just a little bit there, so Gur does live to see another day. Side switch thanks to that straight 1-1-1, so good. Tries to hit that overhead, and Samij reacting to the movement here and punishing accordingly.
That was insanity. Gur does like abusing that because it has a lot of pushback to it, and it sets up a lot of whiff punishes for him, and he banked on that for the comeback. They'll go call it by Samij, using what Cassie's best at, the big advancing safe mids of her own. definitely out of this. This is a tough. I'd say that this is a tough spot for Jackie though. Arma full screen against this particular Gearus. It's going to be really disruptive. Put plus frames out there. Then one sand trap giving Gur what he wants as well, which is closing the gap. And now that Gur's utilizing command grab a little bit more, he's scary everywhere on the screen. That's something I've always kind of wanted to see out of him as a spectator of this game. You know, just get up close and personal a little bit more.
I mean, you know, again, some people don't like taking the risk. You know, if you're really successful in a certain range, you know, why? Oh, there goes the patella right into the sand here as we're in the middle of this arena of all this chaos, all this carnage, and Samij just adding to that here, trying to make this comeback in this set, trying to tie this up 1-1. A trade definitely in Cassie's favor thanks to that animation of getting kicked in the gut. Oh, tries to go for the interactable. Gur loves his interactables. Keeps himself as the master of interactables. Standing position. Gur decides to block. Good block here. Good decision. Empty jump with a regular throw out of the corner here. It's okay because Gears has great Oki on either side. 14 seconds left on the clock. Down to the wire here. Just hits fatal blow. And of course, not getting punished from that range. But it looks like Gur was looking for some kind of throw in that scenario, and Samij just said, let's go with the regular string.
I think that Gur had like back-to-back wrong reads right there, because for one, I didn't see him go for the flawless block anti-air, which I think told me that he was reading empty jump. And then he was, I think, wrong on reading that Samij was going to empty jump throw, and then he did the just jump and string, and I think Gur was just in his own mind right there, right? Thinking ahead. And just being wrong in that situation, because he even got clipped in the neutral there, letting go of blocks. That one back one, just clipped him outright. I think just letting go of block, thinking he was going to sneak a 4-3 or something in there. Really good callouts by Samij.
Now, I do have some
in the
words.
Beauty of Cassie. Oh yeah, go for it.
No, it was from Gur. Gur specifically. You know, he was asked what he thought about his path. He said his path looks difficult, but before has come with progress. He was very proud that he beat Deadly Rebel because for himself, Deadly Rebel was someone who's beat him in tournament a lot of times before. So he felt really good about overcoming Deadly Rebel in the winner side of today's bracket. But Samij able to kind of just come in here, trying to activate any kind of crushing blow, any kind of resource that's going to benefit him. And Gur not really going with the full string here, just kind of testing the waters here. One little button,
hesitation,
one little knee. Yeah, definitely hesitation.
You saw it there again immediately after on the 4-2 not committing. And there's been a lot of those where, you know, a couple of commitments here and there could have landed some big damage, but he also doesn't want to take that risk. And that's something you see a lot out of people, that innate, I don't know, block, like mental block to not want to take a risk. And Samij was one of the first people that I've ever kind of called that out for, because early on in his career, he used to never, and I mean never, take a risk. 0 in one tournament. But now he's gotten a little bit crazier as he's progressed here. And Gur kind of might be catching that kind of fever too, maybe.
Yeah, where I feel like Gur is kind of like the opposite of that, where, you know, his beginnings was more of him, you know, playing very aggressive, you know, lots of command grab characters. And now he's kind of learned how to adopt, you know, the opportunities of being patient, when to block, when to try to react.
Yeah, I think Adam and Deadshot really changed Gur's playstyle that we've seen kind of carry over here into Mortal Kombat 11, where it's a mixture of aggression with that methodical zoning that happens to be the perfect fit in Gearus here. So it's just a match made in heaven. As Samij just melting this health bar, and even wrong on the mix-up. Hold on a second. Let me calm down and talk about Gur real quick, because Samij just mixed this man to death with Cassie. Whoa.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And that's a tough game to come back from. But, you know, like we've reiterated before, you know, these guys are both veterans. These guys have more experience than, you know, anybody else in this top 8. So they know how to pull themselves out of, you know, this negative mentality, this, you know, oh, I can't do attitude. And it's going to be really scary for, you know, whoever these guys come across with, whoever the winner of this scenario is going to be, because both these guys are super on fire right now. Gur, not so much if you look at that last match, but, you know, he's not too far away. Just a few adjustments, he can, you know, kick it into high gear and see what's going on here. Gur did say that Samij is definitely going to be a really tough opponent, but he feels like if he can get through him, he can get through anyone.
And that's a really good mentality to have. You know, everyone here kind of knows just how good Samij is, right? And I feel like anyone in this community, if you feel like you can get through Samij, you can definitely get through anyone. Oh, he finds himself back in this corner. This is where he shredded up last game. Makes one right read, and all of a sudden it's a different story. He's back to the wall now. The wake-up buttons. Scary. That's gonna be a knock on the head. Ooh! And how aggressive is Gur gonna be here? It was the faint aggression where he wanted to bait something out of Samij with that forward dash. It's out the sands. This is where Gur is most comfortable. And you know, when I was talking about seeing Gur kind of change as a player, those were the kind of ways of playing that we saw out of his Adam in Injustice 2, where he's putting stuff on the screen and then getting you to do what he wants. And that's what this is all about. That's what this is.
Putting the sand traps from full screen, just kind of trying to stop Samij and, stop the approach here. Oh, Gur's trying to hold on to this life lead, and that life lead is now going away really, really fast.
No reaction! I half expected a fatal blow right there. I mean, I guess it could have been countered with an aerial fatal blow. Oh, the mind games right now with 2 seconds remaining. 1 second! Oh, he's gonna guarantee it. That was so smart by Gur. Just in case. It was, even though this is gone, that was worth it.
I think so too, and I don't know if it was like a hyper read from Samij to not block it, to say like at that point like, oh, I lost anyway, whether I block this or get hit by this, so let me take it so he doesn't have it for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, with 1 second remaining, it probably wasn't the craziest, but the thing is he's got the round, no matter what. I've seen crazier things happen. Oh, the down 4 gauntlet's been so much work for Gur here. And that could be the momentum he needs to get back into this. Keep away, look up that interactable. Oh, perfect range with Samij, who was right outside of it and knew that he wasn't going to get sucked back. This is someone who had to deal with Captain Cold's globe as Catwoman. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, Captain Cold's globe. Just keeping you out for days here. It's okay, that's a different game. We'll focus on this one here. Forward throw from Samij has Gur locked here in the corner. Gur holding on the block for dear life, swinging with that big gauntlet here. Trying to get his turn. Good block here from Samij, anticipating that overhead again. That overhead is not playing any tricks on Samij. Most likely going to be due to fuzzy blocking. Never mind, I guess he wasn't watching the low here. 14 seconds left on the clock. If Gur can get a throw, that's going to delay so much time, but it doesn't matter. Samij hitting that fatal blow, hit confirming like a machine here. Seeing it hit and going right into a round winning situation. Now they're going into the final round. No fatal blow for either character. Just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Good call there. Gur was about to get his toes checked as well. With the faster option with the down 4. Samij there trying to work through it. Ooh, that would have been a cool little conversion there. The double down 1 pickup. Alls for what could have been a little bit of a shimmy. Could have been a shimmy. Could have been a throw. Could have been a strike throw. Could have been a stagger. And now the health bar melting for Gur. Here's the restand. No defensive options available, and Gur loves those options off a knockdown. And eats another one. The 1-1-1s are tearing him apart right now. It's going to be a big pickup. Wait a second. We have it! Oh! 357 later.
Keeping her there, trapping her thanks to that quicksand or that magnetic sand, however you want to call it here. Gur trying to establish some kind of control, but Cassie Cage for Samij definitely looking for any kind of trade situation. That's why Gur's got to connect that low sand, trying to get right on top of her. Oh, the throw tech. Very, very good stuff. Oh my God. This is coming down to the wire. Oh my God. Oh, he went for the throw.
I can't believe it. You can highlight the last 15 seconds and see so many quick little decisions back and forth where they both could have had it, they both let it go. Wow, the wake-up micro duck against Geras, against Mr. I of every mid in the game, Geras. You're gonna make that read? I would have died. I would have been like, okay, I'm holding forward 2, forward 3, down 4, down 1, and he did.
No, it was
that was just a big brain call out by Samij at the end. Big brain.
I mean, hey, look, it worked out, you know, in that situation. If Gur went for a mid, you know, obviously wouldn't have panned out, but Samij should have another game to play with instead of Gur. But Gur, unfortunately, will be being eliminated from this tournament. And now I fear for everybody else's life in this lower bracket, because you're going to have to fight against Samij, not only for a tournament life, but for your final tournament life. So this is how the next round of top 8 is shaping out to be. We saw Hijinks taking it over Abyss, finding himself in winners finals, where he's going to be going up against the mighty Unjust, who was able to switch to Cetrion and take it over full auto. And then going down, big shout outs to our fallen brothers here. Deadly Rebel goes down to Bernanoni and thus is eliminated at 7th place. And as we just saw, Gur eliminated from losing to Samij here in the losers bracket. So Samij versus Abyss, and then full auto versus Bernanoni. That's going to be the top 6 here so far. So 2 guys are out.
Yes.
5 more eliminations left. But before we go any further, I want to give a shout out to the beautiful merch that we are both wearing here. Yes. So you guys can rep your realm, rep your region, rep your character, whatever you guys want. You know, a lot of different things in this store. All you guys got to do is go to Amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. And let me tell you, this slide does not do the store justice. There's a lot more things there, a lot of different colors, different styles. They got hoodies, they got sweatshirts, green, red, you know, different regions. They got Melina, obviously we can see here on the slide, but they also have Raiden, Jade, and I believe Liu Kang out there. So I might be missing a few characters, but the only way you guys can tell for sure is by going to the website, checking it out. And let me tell you, quality is top notch. I absolutely love this shirt. I don't know about you, Mr. Aquaman. How does that shirt feel on you?
Oh, super comfy. And you ain't lying. I just pulled it up. Amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. You guys, that's how fast it is. Just type it in. You're there, and you got the entire wall of merchandise. It's beautiful. Go check it out. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to take our first break here of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition in a week number 4. We'll be back with some more action, starting with winners finals. It's going to be incredible. Don't go anywhere. More Mortal Kombat to come.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Looking for attention, I don't need the extra tension, cause I'm in the 4th dimension. Trap P is high in suspension. Now don't bother with the haters, cause they all be imitators. We're real life manipulators. Get it back up and see you later. I like me for me. I'ma be what I'ma be. I like me for me. I am who I wanna be. Na 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 na. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. I like me for me. I'ma be what I'ma be. Prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself like nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself I like me for me.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
Hey, all right, excited to be back on the MKPK. My name is Ultra David, joining Darth Arma here for the next little bit of NA East. What's up, man?
PS4 is up. This tournament is presented by PlayStation 4. So remember, guys, Mortal Kombat Pro Competition is presented by PlayStation 4 Tournaments. Check out the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels. Compete against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You can visit PlayStation 4 Competition Center, the one destination that has Mortal Kombat content that gives you an inside look at how top players play, and you get tips and tricks for players of all skill levels. Guys, it's so easy. All you got to do, go to compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN IDs, and then you can see what tournaments are there. But for the most part, yeah, David, everything's cool. We're excited to be representing PlayStation 4. We're also excited to, just see this. Come on, man, you cannot doubt that this is the most stacked region like out there. When you're talking about all the different regions, not to throw shade at any other regions, but it's just a lot of talent is in this densely populated part of the world, and that's
Of course,
that's stats.
I know that you're from that part of the world, so part of me wants to be like, what bias? And I'm from the other part of NA, but also, yeah, you're right. In fact, it's so stacked that some people are trying to get out of that region. You might say, wow.
Whoa.
Wow, amazing. We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
So we've been through the first round of NA East for week number 4. Let's just briefly look in on the bracket. We'll remind you all about what's going on here. So we have seen that Hijinks and the Mighty Unjust will be paired up in winners finals. We've also seen Deadly Rebel be eliminated. We've seen Gurr as well just then. Man, these are some big players for sure, as we were just talking about, right? How stacked this region is. So the next round of losers will be Full Auto and Burn and Oni, and then Abyss and Samij. There are no weak matches from this whole top 8. All of this is going to be sick. It's already been sick. We're moving on though.
Yeah. Gotta move on. Gotta see how it all pans out, and it's gonna be incredible to see how these players, especially like when you get to the next rounds, like how these players try to anticipate each other. And I know everybody's scared of Samij. Like down there on that lower side, on the loser side, you're gonna be scared of Samij because he took out one of the biggest names in Mortal Kombat 11 competitive history. A lot of legacy there in that match, and Samij is looking great, man. Like everything's on point, decision making on point, being able to flawless block all jump ins coming at him on point, and that's not an easy thing to do.
He's a frightening player for sure, and even before this top 8, he eliminated Biohazard to get here, among others. A couple of other very strong players as well. He got second place at the first one, NA number 1. Obviously, the guy can do it. There's no mystery about that one. So we're waiting for the Full Auto match. We're gonna have Full Auto versus Samij, as we were just talking about. As far as how Samij got here, he lost to Ludi, but then other than that, as we were just talking about, he has been looking fantastic. Full Auto, this is actually unfortunate for Biohazard. Full Auto is the guy who sent him to losers in the first place. He was then taken out by Samij. But Full Auto, I mean, he is in losers now, right? Having just lost to Unjust, who's looking super, super good. But took out Emperor Aztec and Burn Noni and Biohazard in his own winner's side run even before getting sent on to losers. So, obviously a very, very strong player as well. His thoughts on the matches, here's what he wants us to say on the broadcast, right? We ask everybody, what do you want us to say on the broadcast for you? What he wants us to say is buff Sindel. And, it's by his request. Now that's out there on the airwaves. You can follow him on Twitter and Twitch at OD_Full Auto. What do you think about that?
Just shamelessly saying that Sindel needs buffs. I mean, at this point, like whenever, that's kind of like, we've been in NRS community for a long enough time. If you go back enough, you see, games that are overly, modified, overly patched. And as time has gone by, everyone's just kind of gotten to a place where they feel like if I upplay my character, I get nothing in return. if I downplay my character, the the QA team is going to be thinking about giving my character buffs. Everyone's going to think that I'm a really good player because I'm doing so well with a bad character. And I get it, man. I get it. As a former competitor, like I've been there where, you know, you want a little bit more credit. You don't want people to say like, oh, you're getting carried, or oh, you're only winning because, you know, your character is this good. But
Yeah.
again, guys, remember, anyone can pick any character. If a character is that good and that easy to use, everybody will be using it. So, you know, give some credit where it's due.
Yeah.
Even if somebody's playing characters like Jackie or Cetrion or Liu
Yeah.
Kang or anyone else that I'm trying to get to hate me. If any of those characters are there, give them
Yeah.
some credit. Don't
Yeah.
take it away. It takes a lot of hard
And
work.
shout outs to everybody in the chat who's naming their characters, coming out publicly with their characters by saying buff X character. Yeah, you're talking about the character you play. We understand.
It can't be any other character. That's the character they know.
Yeah.
So, you know, of course I know where all these characters' flaws are. But no, it's all in good fun. Again, it's really cool to have a developer that actually listens to the community, and a developer that, you know, is doing amazing things like putting on this pro competition that we see here, or making it possible to put on pro competitions like this, and just supporting the community in any way it can. You know, NRS has always been that team. So big shout outs to NRS. Really happy with you know, what we got here, and I'm just really excited for some Mortal Kombat. Now here we have Bernanoni versus Sindel. Now the things that are going to clash here in this matchup, Jade is able to put on the purple stuff, where she can kind of go through projectiles. Now from Sindel, what actually counts as a projectile? Does the scream count as a projectile? I know her low shots do. Her air low shots do, but I don't know if the physical.
Yeah, for sure.
Does the scream go through purple?
I'm not sure, dude. I'm not a player of either of these, but I did want to briefly say that Bernanoni actually is a published author who wrote and also did the art for his own children's book called Carefree Like Me. Please check that out. That's the sickest thing I've ever said on commentary. That's so cool.
That's really, really cool. I mean, you know, so much talent, you know, and different hobbies and lifestyles exist in our community, and you really love to see things like that. Whoa, cartwheel in, cartwheel out. No way to get around that thing. Sindel, oh, double dipping there with the double overhead. Not a good look here for full auto. Bernanoni in full control.
Oh, wow. Nice. Oh, that was a counter, actually, not punish. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, you know, we've been seeing full auto play with that risk a lot. The extra little whip and flip. It catches people off guard, but you can see the downside of it, that's for sure.
Super duper
right there was Bernanoni trying to get into the corner. He's here now. Playing for, okay, little extra layer there. Looking for the dance, maybe? Nope. Looking for the end of the string? Nope. Just got a lot of tools on that nowadays.
Oh yeah. A lot of tools there, you know, able to kind of cancel strings into it. I love that for the side switch, with the side switch in mind. Tries to back off, and Bernanoni, that distance, good block here of that hair flip. And what incredible reaction from full auto, standing up for that overhead.
Yeah, after the feigned low right there. Full auto comes, swipes it in, yes, and confirm right away. Gonna get damage on this. It's felt to me like he's been playing this risky playstyle. We did see that in his previous match too. Whenever we've seen him go with whip and flip, we see him take those risks. He's just willing to put up with it. Punish from very close. Not quite, but so close, and then just jumping into seal a deal with Bernanoni. I really like it from Bernanoni. I feel like a lot of what Bernanoni did was capitalize on the risks that full auto was taking. There weren't a lot of risks on Bernanoni's side.
No, he's definitely keeping it nice and safe. You know, not going crazy, not diving into the overhead too often. There's like a few of them here and there, but it wasn't really the source of, you know, damage or the reason for the win here. I think for the most part, it was just kind of keeping the pace and waiting for full auto to put himself in a punishable state, or to, you know, put himself in range of Wiggly Stick. Wiggly Stick is really good. And that's the official name of the move, Wiggly Stick.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
And it's, you know, in that range, you know, Jade, she comes at you so fast. It does hit as a high, but, you know, she's got some follow-ups to it. And, you know, she can kind of stop you or try to go into, like, you know, trip guarding. But, you know, Bernanoni in control. Bernanoni taking that first game, full auto, still with 0 here on the board.
Any changes on this? Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's feeling comfortable.
Whip and flip. How many whip and flips are we going to see? Maybe he'll do no whip and flips. and just start throwing. Oh,
the dude is a projectile. Cracks me up.
Yeah, he just goes right through it. It's just like one of those moments. He has like an epiphany when he goes through. I'm like, I had no idea my entire life I was a projectile.
Yeah, I haven't been this for my entire life.
He ascended. You know, he was really studying there for a long time as a monk. He found that enlightenment to become a projectile.
There's definitely a lot of activity on full auto side that I like to see right now, and it hasn't been of the risky kind. Right there, okay, you know, you're doing the option select with jump in the air, not really the same deal. Other than that, he's just been controlling these great spots. He hasn't let the purple stuff get started, really, at least not for a while. I like that a lot. There's a lot of great things from him in that round.
Oh, yeah. Good adjustments. Really, really good adjustments from full auto. Oh, as soon as we say that, he goes for the craziest thing in the world. But you know what? Against Jade, though, like, she can't punish it as hard as, like, certain characters like Naraka or Jackie. So, you know, I think those risks, sometimes they are kind of worth it. Or at least the scales are tipped a little bit more in your favor, you know, if you're the crazy Sindel doing these things. So
You're absolutely right. It is part of the matchup here that he doesn't need to. He is not taking as much of a risk as he might be in other matchups.
Yeah.
Oh, please punish, and he does. Little standing reset for himself. But Bernardoni again, just really not taking risks on his own side. Very safe, almost always. Just going for chip out here.
Final round, fight.
Ooh. Oh, Bernardoni felt that he had the right range, but was barely off. Woo!
Love the challenge of the Nitro Kick. Nitro Kick, very, very unsafe. Not only is it a high, but very unsafe on block. But, you know, the fact that Bernardoni's doing it, it's kind of like keeping full auto in check. And now that move, contacting so late, I think that actually wasn't as negative as it normally is. So kind of threw full auto off there in terms of the challenge.
Yeah, really interesting to see that as this goes on. We did see some of those Nitro Kicks in game one, but as this goes on, that feels like it's the only risk that Bernardoni is willing to take, and it has paid off a lot. He's been able to check movement with it a lot. Great back movement for the whiff punish of his own. Oh, not right there, but not whiff punish. Worried about the MV.
You dare strike me.
Oh, caught him sleeping. He caught him sleeping. So he fakes it out, dashes forward, and I guess Bernardoni is just so scared of the overhead or just not, you know, aware of the situation at all. So actually didn't check his toes for that low. Now pretty much just three things need to contact Bernardoni in order to... Yeah!
Flinging for the fences was that one. Bernardoni looking for the chase, looking for the second Nitro Kick in a row. And instead, full auto takes it right there.
A good call out there with the forward roll. You know, for only one bar of defensive meter, you know, you can really get into situations that, you know, if your opponent's a little too like over aggressive, or they commit to a really long button or a very delayed string, you know, you can get a full combo punish or a game-winning hit there, as you can see there from full auto, because your opponent's going the wrong way. So it's one of those options that you kind of always have to be on your toes for. A great way to blow that up, go for throw. You can throw rolls at any time, or you can just kind of wait and anticipate the recovery of the roll, punish accordingly. But, you know, it all comes down to calling it out. You know, if he doesn't go for roll, then you gave up your opportunity for pressure. So it just depends. It just depends on the right call. And right there, definitely going in favor of full auto. Full auto tying up this set 1-1. Sindel getting on the board. Screams a little bit less whip and flip in that last game. So I think he's doing a good job of adjusting. Incredible combo potential here from Sindel, amplifying that low projectile. Just popping up for good damage. Oh no! The insane.
Again, no, you're right. It's under 200 damage in the punish. Yeah, and that you can't take that all the time, but you can afford that now and then.
Exactly. Not too costly. Be a little bit different if you're going up against, you know, Baraka with Gutted.
Right.
So yeah, you got to play the matchups different. Very, very different story here. Where Jade obviously has a lot more mobility, more projectile.
Oh no!
Ooh. Huge whiff punish there. Bad situation for Sindel. Full auto trying to make this comeback, trying to steal a win here with that crushing blow.
Oh, what a huge And it is just barely enough. Yes, for Bernanoni. Maybe trying to read
Round 2.
yeah, maybe trying to read purple stuff startup.
Yeah, could have been that. Could have been that.
We have seen him do that a couple of times. He's missed it each time. Bernanoni back to this kind of hit and run style. Oh, faking with the low string.
Simple stuff, get through projectiles, get smart call there on full auto to go for physical hits instead of the projectiles that are going to right through that purple stuff. A lot of purple stuff on the screen.
That's the character. Wow! Okay, here's a chance for pressure. What a whiff punish. The wiggle sticks have been really great on Bernanoni's side, and then chooses not to end the string, goes for back grab as well, just to make it less likely the opponent would tech.
Yeah, little throw mix for you.
Mm-hmm. And now full auto can't afford anything. But what's he gonna do with 33 seconds on the clock and the opponent slowly scrolling the screen?
And I've seen Scream Crushing Blow really do a lot. So I don't think this is. Oh, he whipped right in front of him and nothing happened. That is so scary.
It is absolutely doable, yeah, with this character. Oh, the huge read. The huge read. As time went on, 17 seconds left at that point, it was just a situation of full auto running out of time to make something big happen. And as that goes further and further down, the chances, or really the necessity of like making a big call, gets higher and higher. So shout outs to Bernanoni for just playing safe, knowing that the opponent was in trouble.
He's keeping us cool because, and I think he understood what was at risk, or like how easy it was for Sindel to obtain it, and that mainly comes from that Scream Crushing Blow. If it did connect, that could have been a really bad situation for Bernanoni. So he wasn't trying to get too aggressive, wasn't trying to like go in crazy jump-ins or try to throw too many projectiles, and he was just kind of playing the neutral there, trying to get a feel for what Full Auto was doing. I think Full Auto might have been playing it a little too passively there, though. I think he could have gotten a little bit more aggressive at certain times, but you know what? Next game, you want to leave the past in the past. Keep going forward. No problem at all here. Full Auto can definitely do this, but Bernanoni looking incredible here with this Jade.
Yeah, I like it a lot. There's a lot of conversation about Jade right now in the community, about how strong she is. Clearly is a strong character. Right? Whether you're going to put her top 10 or whatever it's going to be, she's clearly legit. Nice little pick up.
I believe it was Rewind who put Jade in the highest tier of his tier list, which was
I saw
kind of a kind of a out there take, but you know what? Jade's very strong, especially if it's played by a very patient player. Oh no! Input error! Huge missed opportunity here for Bernanoni. No way he wanted to cancel into that parry in no situation would that have worked there.
Ooh, out of there! Very tricky movement all of a sudden for Full Auto.
Yeah, the invincibility here from those interactables. Good stuff to dive into. As he goes forward again.
Missed Nitro. But coming in with, again, that wiggly stick. Doing a lot of work as it tends to do for Jade. Is she dead? That's the question. I think not quite yet.
Dead. Oh my God, she's alive! 1%? 1.3 basically?
Oh, so close.
Right.
And Full Auto did not do jump back into air fireball. We had seen him do that a couple times before when chips were down. This time he just didn't think he should have because he got called out on it before.
Exactly. He's getting a little bit conditioned here, blocking that string. How's he gonna go for it?
Really looking for it. Full Auto maybe trying to turn on some movement and he backs off. The risk. Is that a punish? Yes. Bernanoni's not letting any of this go. What? That's what you're saying. Sindel has the ability, absolutely, to make this happen.
Yeah, these Nitro Kick callouts here from Bernanoni are next level tonight.
Yeah, I'll say, right? Oh, the frozen opponent! So close. Even chip is a big problem. Waited for it just in case. Yeah, she's got a great way to seal the round on a chip right there. That's a 3-1 for Bernanoni. He's looking very strong.
I like the decision to, as you said, he waited for it. You know, he was waiting for a possible, you know, up 3 or up 2 on wake up attack. He was waiting for a visual cue of a delay wake up where, you know, they don't have access to wake up attacks anymore. Also didn't want to commit to anything that possibly could have got, you know, jumped in on. So he just waited. He knew what had to be done, and a lot of chip out potential there. At that point, you know, once he rolled and once Bernardoni did nothing, the only thing Full Auto could have possibly done to stay alive is flawless block that string, but it's a very, very difficult thing to do to minimize that chip. So incredible patience here by Bernardoni, and that's the type of player that's gotta, you know, fit in with Jade. Someone who's very patient, just wait it out, and, you know, pick and choose those battles. Good stuff to Bernardoni. And shout outs to Full Auto. Full Auto is going to be eliminated here from the tournament, taking home 5th place and securing a good amount of points. So again, those points really help when it comes to qualifying for the finale. And reminder to everyone, this region has a $10,000 prize pool for their finale. So you want to get as many points as you can. And once you get enough points to qualify in there, you want to get the best seed possible. So, you know, the sky's the limit. Go for as many points as you can. And a lot of new faces here in this top 8. I'm really, really glad to see it. Really glad to see the diversity of different players, different characters. It was fun.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I like that a few of these people, as you just mentioned, don't have points yet. Well, now they do, I guess. But before this weekend, had not had points on the Pro Tour. Full Auto was one of them. Yeah, absolutely. The West will have a few more players who are in that same boat, who we know are good, right? It's not like we are just learning that they're strong players, but, you know, haven't made it that far or haven't actually entered yet until this weekend as well. So not really new faces, not really the right terminology, but players who are now in the MKPK that, you know, we knew would do work once they showed up. Here's one of them. Samich has entered this thing only a couple of times. And again, the first time he did, he got 2nd place. And he's 7th in points overall. No surprise. And Abyss is, he got 9th at NA number 3.
I mean, the difference in points gets really, really big, you know, the higher up you go there. So, you know, between 2nd and 3rd is a big, big difference. So, you know, that's why Samij is there.
Shinnok is my bitch.
Round 1, fight.
Right, let's see what's going on here. Okay, straight out the gate. Now we saw Abyss's noob Cybot a little earlier in today's broadcast. A really good set against Hijinks. Came down to the wire. One nail biter situation was the determining factor of him going to winners finals or being here on the brink of elimination against Samij, one of the toughest competitors out there. Samij getting that shoulder tackle, trying to get in, trying to close the gap between himself and Noob Cybot. Nice mid-challenge here from Abyss, but getting a little too defensive here, and Samij sniffed it out, no problem. Again.
Yeah, I love how Samij bulldogs with this character. You know, this character is not like a major rushdown character, you know, but he always finds himself in the corner with her without having incredible tools to do so. It's just it's a walk and block, walk and block. What a reaction! It actually was blocked in time. Oh wow.
That was a lot. That was a very fast recovering fatal blow. Oh, he ducked under the high.
Micro duck, right?
Called it out perfectly here. Abyss on another level here, really feeling himself from that fatal blow exchange situation.
That whole stretch of screen right there is going to be tough for her. Yeah, we've seen Samij really try to navigate that whole slide region. But you can tell it's a tough spot. He wants to be in up close, or he wants to be a little bit further away. But that whole mid screen right there, it looks uncomfortable. Abyss with a huge life lead.
Oh, just swinging. Big assist here coming from the clone or the shadow portion of that string. One of the most annoying normals to deal with, just because, you know, the hitbox gets extended, but the hurt box still staying really far away, and it just kind of clipped me. It's a little. He was not anticipating that correctly here, and Abyss does get a pretty decisive lead here. That last game, that round number 1, very, very close, very down to the wire.
Yeah.
But round number 2, that was all Abyss, man. Abyss in control, keeping Samij away, getting damage when it was possible, punishing it perfectly here with a shoulder tackle every time it got blocked. And Noob Saibot definitely hits like a grown man. Like Noob Saibot hurts when you punish, you know, kind of a complete counter or complete opposite to a character from like Jade, where Jade doesn't really hit you so hard. You know, she hits you with a decent combo into a restand for most situations. But Noob Saibot, like, he hurts. Especially if he's got that that amplified teleport equipped that can combo even more. Oh, what an anti-air from Samij. Recognizing the fact that it was going to connect, amplifying and using that bar perfectly, and forcing Abyss to come off those the two defensive bars for the breakaway.
So Abyss, with getting this grab here, gets to reset the position to a more comfortable spot for himself. He does find himself moving in a little bit, but not so much. Yeah, he wants to keep that spot on screen. Now maybe a little bit worried about Fatal Blow. Tried to counter poke. I like the idea from Samij, but just not quite there. And now walking forward, we've seen this happen for Samij many times. Oh, but just knocked out of the sky.
Yeah, I feel like the jump, Samij will go into the range where like the high mid, or the one that has the crushing blow, he'll go into that range, and instead of going for that string, he'll go in for a jump in to counter what you would counter with that string. But Abyss just staying real patient, waiting for the jump in, reacting, using his eyes, using his senses to kind of just stop Samij right in his tracks.
Yeah, I think patience is really the name of the game. I think that's perfectly said for Abyss. Look at him here. He's slowly taking off a little bit of life here and there from Samij. If he gets close, like we were talking about, he can really deal big damage quickly, but he doesn't need to necessarily. He can keep his spot on screen just outside of shoulder range. And we've seen that whip a couple times, even from a player as strong as Samij. Real tough spot for Samij right now. Can't get in. Oh, even chip is a problem. Not gonna happen. This is looking really, really strong by Abyss.
I mean, we were talking about this specifically, I was talking about two players here in this top 8. They're on the lower side, Gur and Samij, and the winner of that is going to have to face Abyss. And I was like, man, that's a tough road, a tough matchup for Abyss. Like, my heart goes out to him. And, you know, 2 games so far, Abyss looking miles ahead of Samij. Like, I think at this point, Samij might be considering playing a different character. Whether it's like specifically a matchup thing or just, you know, Abyss, but it looks like he's sticking with his guns, so to speak, staying here with Cassie Cage and, you know, trying to fight out through this matchup. Now, I believe Abyss is a Noob Saibot loyalist. I don't think I've ever seen him play a different character. So, you know, being counter-picked, I don't think is what Samij is fearing right now, but I think he just feels like he's understanding something. And you can never really count Samij out. Down 2-0, down 3-0, down 5-0. Like, Samij will learn on the fly, will adapt with the best of them. But,
the thing is, though, that most of this, him being down 0-2, is not, I would say, due to up-close mix-ups or things that are that nature. It's really just that Abyss has had so much control, but Samij is starting off this round super well. This is exactly where he needs to be. Just taking off life a little bit by a little bit other than the KB. But wow, wake up buttons for Abyss at least gets him out.
Yeah, gets him out. And
now
Samij
we have a situation reversed. Yes, of Samij trying to control things, and it's Abyss who's jumping in, and he's doing it right.
Oh, he tried to challenge there. Oh man, Samij with a good call out, the perfect buttons, trying to forward roll, and I like that setup there from Samij. Knowing that that little hit is all he needed. Didn't want to commit to anything too crazy. Didn't want to, you know, do something that had a lot of recovery. So Samij making those decisions, making those right decisions, play by play. Oh, duck it under!
Samij making these little choices up close. When he gets close, you know he's a terror, even with the character who doesn't deal a lot of damage.
Oh, a little bit of a drop here from Abyss. Not a good
10. Samij just, as he always does, just make, really? Wow! Bringing out the string, and he was right.
That was a strange little whiff. I don't think either player anticipated that part of the string to hit.
Okay, Abyss now just like that has control. Doesn't finish. And Abyss is back to a safe spot. Tries it out, why not? Is it enough? It's not! Oh, but then just in case he blocked. You know, Samich has been bringing out that shoulder charge. And it's unsafe, as you can see right there. Abyss is at match point versus Samij. It could be 3-0. What a win this would be for Abyss.
I mean, that's got to be a confident booster no matter what. But you do have to complete the job. Don't sleep on Samij. You will adapt before your very eyes. Good challenge there with those mids, but he dropped the combo. Because of that, put himself in a punishable state. Samij jumping out of the corner, and Abyss getting a little too aggressive there. Didn't want to block. Empty jump, but this time Samij holding on a block for dear life. What a strange little hit. Looks like Abyss went to the air just for 1 second. The forward throw from Cassie Cage. Samij trying to lock Abyss down here in the corner, but we've seen him come out of this last round, and he did win that round. He still has access to Fatal Blow, so all he needs is 1 hit in the Fatal Blow.
Is it enough? It's not, but chip! Yeah, that was probably going to be it. So Samij ends up taking the game. As you were saying, you can't count Samij out ever. Even though against Abyss had big life lead, had positional advantage, but I really enjoy watching that very classic fighting game bulldogging from Samij. Just walking, that's mostly how he's gotten in there. Yes, he uses the shoulder charge sometimes, he jumps occasionally, but for the most part, it's him walking his opponent down. Even a character like Noob, who has this great control at about that, you know, 1/3, 1/2 screen in front of him. So 2-1 for Abyss.
It's definitely a hard thing to do to make Noob feel like he's got, you know, limited options at that range. You know, you got the up clone, you got straight slide clone, and, you know, some great range buttons, really far advancing, you know, hurt boxless buttons, if you will. And so he's doing a good job of that, because he's deciding on, you know, what ranges to jump, what situations to jump in on. And it's making it very tough for Abyss to keep him out.
Yeah, here's Samij. You notice that once he gets close, he's finding a lot of the right moments to attack or to block, too. It's not that he's constantly pressing buttons up close. He actually has blocked quite a bit in expectation. There he is controlling. Not for long, though. It's Abyss back to where he wants to be now. This battle of who can be up close, who can be far away. Really what it's all about.
At this point, Abyss, you know, wants trades, especially now with this huge life lead. He is okay with taking trades, so now Samij has to, you know, go for these risky jump-ins, go for these, you know, throws, call-outs, and just like that, throws the bird feeder, amplifies it to get the hit of armor, just to kind of secure any kind of interruption that Samij is going to try to do, or to nullify it. Forward throw for the throw mix, but Samij not fighting either way.
Yeah, and that's fine for Abyss. He just wants to get away. That's really what he was looking for there. Whether that's because he has the opponent cornered or not, totally fine with him. Kneecap and really put to good use right here to be underneath. That said, Abyss is out. 200 damage, and he's back to where he wants to be. And Samij is coming down towards the end of this thing. He needs something big. Oh. Can he move forward? Can he find the right moment? Couldn't believe it. Look at Abyss. He knows that he doesn't need that much more damage. You can tell by the playstyle. Okay, bringing it out with Samij.
Samij is really trying to jump over these low clones here. Oh, but getting clipped there by that little bit of shadow coming out, and Abyss is able to secure this victory over Samij, showing the friendship off to everybody. And Abyss, man, looking incredible. I mean, very, very dominant sets or dominant parts of that set against a really, really well-known great player in Samij. Abyss is definitely bringing it to the next level. I mean, MK11, a little bit new to him, or MK11 is kind of, I guess, the NRS scene a little bit new to him. And he's really taking it to the next level, really putting in the work, putting in the effort, and I can see it there. I can see it in the gameplay. You know, he's got the punishes down, the thought process, the control, the anti-airs, matchup specific things we saw earlier against Hijinks. Abyss was able to do, you know, reversal up clones that led into pretty good damage. Abyss moves on, and Samij, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated from this tournament, taking home 5th place. Some good points, and you know, probably, if not already, like on the cusp of being auto qualified for the finale. But I don't think this is going to be the last time we see Samij here in this top 8 for NA. We do have a few more weeks left to go. So, you know, a big reminder to everyone, if you guys haven't entered in these tournaments yet, definitely do so. If you love competing, love Mortal Kombat, get out there. There's so much content and tournaments and just events for you guys to have fun in, and just to show a little bit of love for the community. Speaking of love, let's give a big shout out to Astro Gaming. If you guys want to find out more about Astro Gaming, definitely hit up the website you guys can see here on the slide, astrogaming.com. Remember, Astro Gaming is the official audio partner for the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition. All the caster audio is powered by Astro for the entirety of the season. If you guys want to find out more about their products and their officially licensed PlayStation audio products, which are available now, hit up that website, go to astrogaming.com. Treat yourself, upgrade your setup, get some nice A40s, A10s, whatever you can afford, and you know, just enjoy it. Enjoy your setup at home, whether that's for gaming, Zoom calls for work, or just watching a pro competition here on Twitch. There's nothing like isolating everything outside the world and just getting into a nice big set of headsets. So let's go into the next match.
It's going to be Unjust and Hijinks. So we are moving on to winners finals between these two. They both had really close sets in winners semis. It was 3-2 over their opponents. Hijinks over Abyss, Unjust over Full Auto. Those are very close. But
we got some quotes for them too, right?
We do have some quotes from Hijinks. Said thoughts on matches today? The points are mine. Also, check them out on Twitter and YouTube at HijinksFGC. And then Unjust says, I don't really know what this is. Tay-Champ? I don't know, man, but that's what he wants me to say. He also wants everybody to follow him on Twitter at MightyUnjust. So he's gone with Lou. Like, you know, this is somebody who has so many different characters up his sleeve. You know, before we saw him playing Jackie, we saw him playing Cetrion, but again, we know that he's got a lot of different characters in the deck.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta be, you know, mindful when you're picking against, you know, somebody else who plays that character. Like if somebody who's only a Jackie player, they're gonna be comfortable in that Jackie matchup versus, you know, so when you're a chameleon like the Mighty Unjust is, you gotta kind of think twice about, oh, that could have been a huge punish. Oh my God, he just swung with Interactable and it worked out. Corner positioning definitely in Hijinks' favor. The Mighty Unjust down around here in this scenario. Look at that, he was almost playing footsies with that low fireball. Did you see him go forward, fade out a normal from Jackie, and then back off with a semi-safe, you know, amplified projectile? So just a little detail there for you guys, if you guys might have missed it. How you should use your projectiles. You know, footsies isn't exclusively for normal. Footsies for anything you can do.
Oh, lovely stuff right there by Hijinks. Had been caught in the corner, and just like that, he's out, and also has the life lead. That's all the bar, though. And now, you know, I actually like that from Hijinks a lot as well. Yes, if you could just put out a bunch of goops there. Not anymore. It'll be gone now. The question is, will this? Well, I think it's not quite gonna do it, especially with the shield there.
She's got 95 though.
She does. Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah,
so close.
Yo, the call out by Unjust.
Hold on. So he called out air fireball and said, "Oh, you're gonna super jump," and then Hijinks said, "Oh, he's not gonna do air fireball again. Let me super jump this time." Ooh. The no mix-up is very, very strong. Like there's so many scenarios, so many. Yeah. Oh God. Throwing 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row. Oh, that one goes right through my head, right through my soul. Look look at Mighty Unjust with these stance, mix-ups. You can go for the low, you can go for the command grab. It's a very specific way to punish these things. And Hijinks right now not being able to deal with it. Regular high command grab here, and Mighty Unjust just throwing those nunchucks all over the place. Karate chops, everything coming out. Mighty Unjust securing that first game here with Liu Kang.
Other than the first half of the first round, it seemed like he controlled most of it. In fact, if you even think about the sort of second half of that first round, a lot of it was a comeback in the corner by Mighty Unjust.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, he looked really strong. I love the ranged callouts that he had as you were bringing up, especially at the end of that second round where he blew up the intended super jump. But just other than that, yeah, mixing up well in the corner and playing good footsies and taking risks sometimes, but also other times just being very solid.
Black Market Alley.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what he, strives for when in terms of, learning all these different characters, just kind of doing something that works. He also plays the game a lot, streams the game a lot.
Yeah.
He does want us to shout out his Twitch, which he's been, putting a lot of time into it. It's the Mighty Unjust __. There's 2 underscores. Oh, I'm sorry. The Mighty Unjust with an extra T and __. If you guys go to his Twitter, you can probably find his Twitch there. But really fun stream to watch because he can play so many different characters. Oh, big Shoryukens here coming out of Jackie Briggs. Meeting Mighty Unjust with a lot of fake stagger attempts, and I guess Mighty is looking to poke back. What a punish here. That's the first thing you want to do in the lab against Liu Kang. Learn how to punish that amplified low fireball. Very, very unsafe on block, but you got to be able to recognize it. You got to be able to execute. Don't leave damage on the table. That's exactly what Hijinks is displaying right here for us.
Back to controlling the stage here is Unjust, and yeah, you can see him trying to take up space. But the jump in, yes, from Hijinks. And doing a ton of damage, as she does before breakaway. Oh man, I feel like the mix-up has worked out every time for Unjust. No, but Hijinks press the buttons at the right time just to get out of there. Great little challenge. That's
oh, the spacing! Did you see that? Faking going like shoulder to shoulder. He stopped, waited for Jackie to do something, and then Mighty Unjust said, if she's gonna occupy this space right here, that means she moved forward, that means she's not blocking, and that means crushing below. Big damage, and Hijinks knew it was not gonna make a difference whether he did the breakaway or not, so just decided, let me hold on to my bar for the last round. Mighty Unjust looking incredible here. High shots going his way. Jackie getting burned a little bit here. Free damage for the Mighty Unjust, if you will. Challenging with probably the best string in the entire game. Stand 1, 2, 3. Kang. I mean, it's plus, it's the damage, inconfirmable. I mean, what else do you want here? Ducking right under the interactable. Big punch coming after the downward shot as Jackie ending it here with a crushing blow. Might not get a chance to do it any other time after this. So why not? Use the resource. Come off of it.
Absolutely.
And just try to secure this round. Neck and neck. These guys are coming down to the wire. Super sweat fest right before our eyes.
Hijinks has not pressed the button in so long. He's hoping to see what punishes. That may have been the chance, and just didn't quite take it. Nothing after that, and then no confirm either.
Hold on. He's got fatal blow.
Play with both.
Got fatal blow. He needs 1 hit.
Hey, there it is. The confirm comes from Mighty Unjust. Both of them, I do think, had chances towards the end of that round, but you could really tell how much sort of they were frozen, each one of them, even as they were moving around. Neither one wanted to take big bets. Mighty Unjust takes the second game as well, so 2-0 with his Liu Kang.
Yeah, and you got to feel real good if you're Mighty Unjust. I mean, you're not showing all your cards right now, but Hijinks, pretty much exclusively a Jackie player, and I don't think that there's much that Unjust is trying to worry about outside of Jackie. So, he's got the target, secured, understands that this is all just right here. He's doing what he's got to do, and it's working. But that last round was very close. It could have gone either way, and it came down to Liu Kang getting the first hit. Both these characters have incredible mids. Good way to challenge during the poke game. And just kind of like I anticipated, Hijinks going to be staying here with Jackie. And the Mighty Injustice needs to win one more game to guarantee himself second place or better to guarantee his spot in the grand finals here.
And he's already doing great in points, by the way, currently 4th overall. He's got 9th, 3rd, and 7th so far. And like you said, he's at least 3rd already this weekend. Could be 2nd place if he takes this one right now. Or 1st, we'll see.
Hey, hold on, downward shot. Hijinks trying to secure that grand final spot, but no, man, you can go to the losers bracket. I'll stay here. Whoa, look at that movement right on top of the prone body of Liu Kang. Here comes the command grab, side switch. Now Liu Kang in control here. Jackie up against the wall, up against the ropes here. Oh, swinging for the fences here. And again,
there as well. But same thing from Mighty Unjust. Oh, that was such a smart cancel in the air. And a little bit of a drop for Hijinks, but right back into it and takes the round on the strength of that. Very interesting to see how little Hijinks has challenged in about the 1/3 screen range. It's almost always been that he starts crushing from outside of that or as a whiff punish. Which makes sense just based on the characters, right? Here we go.
I love that punish of the flying high kick. You know, so you really got to think twice about where you're going to put that goop if you're Jackie. You know, so a lot of them like to do the air goop, a little bit harder to hit on the recovery. That's going to be 3 amplified bicycle kicks, so that crushing blow is locked and loaded if the Mighty Unjust does find it. Breakaway to avoid a disastrous situation, but when you got no bar, you got no wake-up options, and the Mighty Unjust is totally fine with that. Says, you know what? You're right. I should hold that crushing blow for the final round because I just need one more round here to take this 3-0 victory. So Hijinks, you got to kick it up a notch. Looks like he's doing a great job of that. Good call out of the breakaway, getting him on top of that goop. Damage over time, DOT for days. Jackie with a big jump in here over the other side. Mighty Unjust trying to trip guard something. This is Hijinks running away with this. Mighty Unjust with the very unsafe low fireball, but that does pan out. Woo! Call out of the forward roll. Big damage here thanks to that crushing
blow. Liu Kang. The snowball.
Oh my God.
Oh man. How? Down the hill, all of a sudden that's an avalanche.
How did he make that comeback? I mean, it was just right decision after right decision. Called out the forward roll, hitting him in the air, going right into the fatal blow. Mighty Unjust taking this 3-0 over Hijinks. Disco dancing his way into the grand finals, where he is the only player left with both of his tournament lives still intact. So he's got to lose 2 sets in order to lose this tournament. I mean, Mighty Unjust looking great right now. Liu Kang, man. Liu Kang doing it for him. I mean, 1, 2, 3, fatal blow. Those crushing blows, those mix-ups with the command grab, very tough, man. Very tough to deal with.
The thing for Mighty Unjust is that it is true that he won with Liu Kang, but we've seen him take it with so many different characters and so many different matches, not just in the MKPK, but in various community events before, the Open Series. I feel like he's won with like 20 different characters in that. He has such a command of so many different characters and not lightly, right? Not like, oh yeah, I can play X and Y. No, but like he takes tournaments with these characters. Super strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to like learn the BNBs and like do combos and do training room stuff, but like it's another thing to like understand spacing, where your character is stronger in terms of like, you know, the short range, mid range, long range. And now on top of all of that, you got custom variations where you got to see, you know, when you're playing this character and you need to rely on, you know, certain tools, you got to equip these things, all these different matchups, and somehow the Mighty Unjust keeps it all in his head and is able to get here to the grand final. So the big shout outs to the Mighty Unjust, securing second place or better, but that's not going to be the end of the tournament. We still have some more rounds here on the lower bracket or the losers bracket, however you want to call it. And, you know, whoever makes it through the end of the losers bracket is going to have to face the Mighty Unjust in the grand finals. David, you want to shout out some PlayStation for us?
I do. Yeah. If anybody else wants to get involved in this, please do, because it's so great the way that we have tournaments available for you. Obviously, the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition is presented by PlayStation 4 tournaments, and you can check out the PS4 Tournament Open Series. There are weekly competitions for all skill levels. You can compete against your friends. You can compete against rivals for unique rewards. Check out the PS4 Competition Center. It's the one destination that has Mortal Kombat content that gives an inside look at how top players play and tips and tricks for players of all skill levels. Just head to compete.playstation.com and use your PSN ID. You can see a list of available PS4 tournaments to sign up. And again, for the Mortal Kombat Pro Competition events, we have consistently gotten tons of players. Again, this week, hundreds of players for both NA East and NA West. So we move on now to the next round of losers, where we're going to have in losers semis, Burn and Oni and Abyss. I just wanted to shout out Abyss because I thought his quote before this whole thing started was good too. He said, in terms of his thoughts on the matches, I don't plan on losing at all today. Everyone I face today will know fear. Dude, that's pretty sick. Hey, and so far, the only person to have taken it from him was Hijinks, and that was, again, 3-2, very, very close.
Yeah, nail-biter, one decision away from determining win or loss. So, yeah, I definitely get it. I love that he's diving into his character a little bit.
Right, yeah.
Saibot, of course, the edgelord. So you gotta try to instill that fear any way you can. But right now, Burn and Oni doing great with his wiggle stick, staying in that range. Now, these are two characters that are gonna. I feel like they're fighting for very similar range. You know, mid-range, footsie-based characters, and they both have some pretty good full-screen presence, whether that's Saibot's teleport or Jade's airglaive, as you can see right there, punishing that fatal blow, which does reach from full screen.
I do think this is a tough one for Noob. The fact that Jade can phase through so much of what Noob likes to do in that mid-range just can make it tough, right? Now, he has other tools. He can definitely play up close. He's got a couple of good strings. Well, high, right? He's got a fast mid. Like, he has other things, but the main game plan that he likes to do, I feel like Jade is pretty good at getting around.
I can see that.
We'll see, though. I mean, look, first round goes to Abyss anyway.
Commentator's curse. What are you gonna do?
I know, yeah.
Oh,
beautiful
teleport there. I mean, able to kind of recognize she took to the sky. You can't block in the air, so you're definitely susceptible to anything like that, especially something that auto tracks for you. Oh, that is an accidental breakaway. No way he wanted that. There was no combo potential in that at all. But you know what? You're just going to have to deal with it. You're not going to have bar for some time. Jade doesn't really have any damaging combos to break away from anyway, so what's the big deal? Backing off Abyss, trying to just stall as much as possible here. Jade closing in on that gap, trying to just block off the real estate. The movement here from Noob Saibot wakes up with the low buzzsaw here. Armor it up, make sure it does hit. It actually was an underwhelming amount of damage here. Oh, whiffed it right in front of him, but didn't punish.
And roll into buttons for Abyss. There was a period of, honestly, something like 15 or 20 seconds when Abyss didn't press the button at all. He just kind of walked back slowly. He took up a lot of time, not so much space, wasn't being so active. He just wanted to play it slowly. He wanted to outlast the purple stuff. He wanted to run down the clock a little bit. He wanted to have that style. I also have noticed that in a couple of the situations where they've ended up close, where Abyss actually has ended up taking it, it's been because of that. He kind of allowed his opponent to get closer in a way that he then took advantage of.
Yeah, and it's all about, you know, getting that life lead too. Like, obviously, if you don't have the life lead and you play it lame or you back off, like, there's no, you know, a top level player is gonna be like, I really have no reason to go in on you. So if you want to stay back there, that's fine. I've got air glaives. I can throw on purple stuff. But yeah, it's about taking advantage of that situation. Now, of course, you got to earn the life lead, which isn't a very easy thing to do against Jade. She's got a lot of options right out the gate. Airglaive to kind of just be that little bit of annoyance, that convenient damage for her that does tack up very, very easily. Wiggle stick, trying to make something happen here. Abyss getting that first hit, clipping with that down 3. Not close enough to challenge with any standing ties or anything like that, but able to go with 1-1-3, no problem punishing Jade. Oh, what a
check out how offensive Abyss is here. He's really moving forward a lot. Yeah, but I want to qualify that. Not just that he's going in Rago. I mean, he is walking forward up to a specific spot where he can anti-air or start with forward 2 or something like that. Yeah, that was really, really well spaced, even while playing offense from Abyss.
Yeah, super well spaced. And yeah, like you said, very aggressive. I mean, look where these guys are right now. Jade up against the wall, completely different scenario than we saw before. And Abyss is just doing a good job of mixing it up, you know, throwing different styles at your opponent to kind of keep them guessing, try to stay as unpredictable as possible, unconditional as possible. Oh, what a good spacing here, but doesn't confirm into anything, any kind of cancel. And that is very unfortunate. Every single one of those nitro kicks, very, very, very unsafe stuff.
But we've seen Bernanoni do well with that. Again, when we saw him before, he wasn't taking risks very often, but the ones he was taking were with the nitro kicks. And they were successful versus full auto almost every time. It's just that Abyss now has gotten an understanding of what those timings are. Totally different story as Abyss tries to back off. He does not want to press at all. He wants to run out the time on this. Finally does do the MB. He anticipated him not to amplify it, so he was trying to challenge there in that scenario. Big pole vault to get over the projectile, and Jade just jumping around like crazy. Unfortunately, Abyss's patience came back to bite him. Dance, cancel right into the low, keep that aggression going here. Tries to go for some kind of throw miss mix, in my opinion. Instead of throwing towards the corner, decides to look for an escape failed out of Abyss. What an air-to-air jump in one instantly to just stop anything your opponent's trying, but Jade able to get that purple stuff thanks to those super plus frames on a hit. Going right through, but he wasn't ready. He wasn't anticipating that, and it kind of caught him off guard. That could have been a very bad spot there for Abyss. So he is very lucky to come out of that situation alive. Oh, wait, Clone? Yeah, Clone goes to purple stuff? That's what it seemed, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the string, the portions of the string go through the purple stuff. Good block!
Yeah. We got desperation. And exploded! Alright.
Decimating,
that
right?
strikes me as just being a little bit desperate for Bernanoni. And thinking back to how he played versus full auto, where he was taking risks on the nitro kick, yes. Other than that, it wasn't really about that. It was about very stable stuff. That's how we ended up taking it. Here versus Abyss, as Abyss gets control, early, whether he wants to be pressing forward or running away, has felt like Abyss has mostly had control. And it may be that is getting Bernanoni off of his game a little bit.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. A huge call to desperation, going for that fatal blow, and that just kind of shows you what Abyss has kind of pushed Bernanoni to. Very uncharacteristic, like, especially, you definitely shouldn't do that against a player that's playing as patiently as Abyss is here. Things like that, thanks to the armor that does kick in after 5 or 6 frames. Pretty good against someone who's being very aggressive, or somebody who doesn't, who's not very good at reacting to the overhead. But Abyss has been showing that, he's reacting to that overhead from Jade, and he's not being aggressive. He's not being, too antsy. Just kind of waiting for the opportunity. Big teleport there, recognizing Jade took to the sky. Easy punish, easy damage for him. Stopping that overhead, very slow overhead, right in its tracks, down 3. Oh, gets the punish here from downtown. Able to break away to avoid a little bit of damage, but not really much in my opinion. So it's going to be a very costly breakaway for Jade.
So, boy, this is a chance, yes. So we're finally going to see a situation where Bernanoni is the one who has a significant life lead. What does he do with that is the question. Amelia seems to amplify, but immediately Abyss almost there on the life lead. He's got it. Look at that. For 5 seconds, Bernanoni had the life lead.
Waves all over the place, trying to just chip away at anything. The nitro kick's so scary. Oh, so scary. And the last thing Bernanoni expected there, after that whiff over the back roll. He did not expect that throw, and that was the right call out here from Abyss. And off the skin of his teeth, does get that round. That was very, very close. Good flawless block to get the tides back in your favor here. Bernardoni able to keep it nice and safe thanks to that Delia's dance. Didn't amplify it there, and Abyss wasn't ready to swing as soon as possible. Whoa, hold on a second. Some kind of little conversion here. What a punish thanks to that that flawless block from Abyss. Ducks under the throw, but not close enough for the stand one punish. Staggers into throw. Jade in a world of hurt right now. Resources completely cut off. Completely immobile at this point. Down to absolutely nothing. This is all Abyss, and Abyss taking this here 3-0 over Bernardoni.
These last two sets for Abyss, this one, the one before where he took out Samij, two of the strongest sets that we've seen from anybody so far today.
Oh yeah.
His spacing is so good. I mean, honestly, I feel like he's so consistently at just exactly where he wants to be, whether he is in a matchup where he just wants to play footsies, if he needs to chase, if he wants to run away. It feels like regardless of like what he feels he needs to do, he is putting himself at the right spot to do it. And if you're playing against somebody who consistently gets that, really, really hard to counterplay.
It is. It is tough to, throw somebody out of their element, especially when, they're so used to being in that range. And I feel like that was like the determining factor in all these different matchups where like, you're playing as Jade and, you're used to, that range where wiggle stick. A lot of characters don't have a button that good at that range. But Noob Saibot is not one of those characters. He's able to just kind of throw out slide there willy-nilly, swing for some good range buttons, some good range lows, good range mids. And, just kind of, I think it just kind of threw Bernardoni off out of his comfort zone where he was just like, I've never really had to contest for this. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing to fight someone up close because you're Jade. You're like, well, I know how to deal with that. I want to back off. But when you're doing it against Noob, he's okay. He's like, cool. You want to play here? I'm definitely down to play here because I can contest at that range. And that's what it comes down to. So could be a matchup thing as well. But it's that's what it is.
Well, again, good work to Bernardoni. And I just want to reiterate that what his quote was, MCG boys, gals, and theys, check out my book, Carefree Like Me. Again, he is the author and artist of that book. It's a children's book, children's series is my understanding. So check that out. He also had a joke in the little Discord where he was like, I don't know how I ended up doing that and then taking off people's heads in Mortal Kombat. Like, how do those two things fit together? But hey, we're often in that boat, right? Like that's the community that we're in, right? We're all doing our cool things otherwise, and then we like to take off people's heads in this video game.
It's true.
Speaking of that, we got some merch to try to get to you. Please check it out if you can. You can find it at amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. Take a look at the t-shirts there. It's not just t-shirts. There's also hoodies, or the sweaters, I should say. Take a look. A lot of cool things. Various regions represented. Characters represented. I wear mine all the time. I know you were talking about that earlier, but that's definitely something that I enjoy wearing as well.
Hey, man, it's good stuff. Good quality things. I'll definitely put my word behind that. So, yeah, very simple, guys. Go on amazon.com/Mortal Kombat, and you guys can see more. I believe there was action figures on there last time I saw. Don't know if they're still there, but again, not just merch, not just clothes, a lot of different things there. So check it out, guys. And as we do get our next match gearing up, not sure what it is. Hopefully we can get a little layout of the bracket here to see what Carnage has already unfolded so far. So we saw the Mighty Unjust taking it over Hijinks in Winners Finals. And then we just saw breakdown after breakdown, the losers bracket, where it just gets really vicious, literally a Shark Tank down there. Full Auto gets eliminated by Bernardoni. Abyss eliminates Samij. And then in that very, very decisive 3-0, Abyss taking it over Bernardoni. So Hijinks has really got to be a little worried here for this run back here. Because sometimes when you get knocked into the losers bracket, you get that extra little confidence of cutting through everybody, especially after going through a 3-0 against a really good player, really good Jade. I think Hijinks is going to be fighting a completely different beast in Abyss down here in the lower bracket with a lot more on the line. But, guys, we're coming back after a short break. We're going to have losers finals, then grand finals. So stick around. Don't go anywhere.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Looking for attention, I don't need the extra tension, cause I'm in the fourth dimension. Trap P is high in suspension. Now don't bother with the haters, cause they all be imitators. We're real life manipulators. Get bit back up and see you later. I like me for me. I'ma be what I'ma be. I like me for me. I am who I wanna be. Na 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 na. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. I like me for me. I'ma be what I'ma be. Prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself. I like me for me.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition. NA East, week number 4. My name is Mr. Aquaman, and joined by the one, the only, the ever so dapper over there, Ultra David. What's going on, David?
I'm feeling great, man. I just got this new hoodie. I think it's pretty sweet, so I thought I'd wear it on the program today. It's pretty cool. Very comfy inside, by the way. I hadn't seen that really talked about, but the inside of this guy is really quite enjoyable. So let's tell you what we got going on. We're into the top 3 of NA East number 4. You can check out the bracket. I know we did before the break, but let's remind everybody where we're at. We have the Mighty Unjust, who has looked killer today, hanging out in Grand Finals. And in Losers Finals, which is what's coming up now, we're going to have Hijinks and Abyss. As you can see, if you look up at the top left, that is a run back from the beginning of
We've come
today.
full circle.
And it was close. It was a 3-2, and it was down to one little interaction at the very end. There was some kind of funky spaghetti situation. I think there might have been like a micro duck by somebody, I guess by Hijinks, who ended up taking it. It was really, really, really close. So in coming into this now, what are you looking for here, Mr. Aquaman?
It's going to be a slugfest. The way that first match started out, where they were both playing really slow, they were feeling each other out, and then by the end of it, it was just a massive swing fest. So as both players have kind of progressed and warmed up, I feel like it's going to be a lot more offensive than prior. Unless I saw Abyss in the last game. You talked about it. He was playing really lame. He was really trying to bait movement, just walking back. Regular dash. Who regularly dashes back? But let's not get into that. But he was playing that game that he started against Hijinks, but upgraded takes away from you with the mobility, right? And so is he going to be able to do that here, or is he going to do what he did prior and kind of turn up that aggression, look for the big hits, and simply try to go blow for blow against Jackie, which is hard to do, in a battle of haymakers. She hits among the hardest here at MK11. So I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be another game 5 between these two, as both players have ignited this bracket. This is the best I've ever seen both of them play, especially Abyss. He's having a tournament of his life.
Yeah, look, to get through the players he just got through, Bernanoni was 3-0 and Samij was 3-1.
Yeah.
That was and a 3-1 that felt, I think, even more dominant than 3-1 implies.
Yes.
Like, it was to beat somebody as strong as Samij.
Most people say that was a close 3-1. That was not a close 3-1.
That was not a close 3-1.
Dominant games he won, but let's see if he picks up where he's left off, because he's coming to this, to me, an awful lot harder than Hijinks is. Like Unjust cooled him off a little bit on the winner's side. Abyss with the back-to-back massive wins. Can Hijinks have the mental fortitude to hang on here? Because this is a big pressure situation for both, as in both are kind of newcomers to the situation, and let's see how they handle it. And maybe that is the difference maker in who's going to prevail here today. This is Losers Finals.
Last time when they played, it was back and forth. It was game 1 to Abyss, then it was Hijinks, then it was Hijinks, then it was Abyss, right? Ultimately, again, won by Hijinks, but it was back and forth a lot of the time. And already we're seeing that here as well, even in these first opening seconds.
Yeah, with the wake-up buttons coming and the immediate health deficit for Abyss. And would you look at that? Just lands a punish in the corner. Now we're all tied up. The pressure is on. Here comes the 1-1 mix. And he just out-2 through it, Dave.
And gets the corner afterward. Very, very smart combo choice.
Just another free win.
What's momentum? What is momentum? Survey says, I don't know.
And you got some characters like this who are pumping out 300 or 400 damage pretty often. Yeah, you can get that stolen very, very tough.
How clean have Abyss's anti has been with those shadows. Although we saw this play, I can't even make a sentence before someone gets hit by a 40% combo. Dude, what's going on?
Right back in here.
Going down.
Yeah, this is really. Oh, try it again. The OS into more pressure.
Ooh, the
Looking
mix
for
up
the
right
break. Yep.
Patience by Abyss. And Hijinks was kind of he spent a lot of time in their previous engagement figuring out, beautiful, how to open up Abyss, and he started doing the throws rather late in this set. We'll see how the adjustment goes, but that's going to be all she wrote for this game. And it was about what I expected, the back-to-back heavy blows. The back-to-back heavy blows is what I like to see.
Those phases where Abyss goes through where he's not pressing buttons, he's just looking for defense. He's trying to spy a moment to counter poke against Jackie, or to maybe try to anti-air if she goes up into the sky. But she just has these different angles to do that from, and it has felt, even though that strategy makes a lot of sense, it hasn't had that much payoff as they've played in these two sets. It totally makes sense. I get it. It's just that it feels like Hijinks has, used that to get grabs, especially in this game. He's used that to get chip damage out there. He's used that to super jump away sometimes.
And on top of that, sprinkle on the bacon bits of a pretty savage down 2 read that even Abyss mentioned, out of hit advantage, which is a galactic read beyond galactic reads for the victory there at the end. And that's just going to keep him guessing. If you have your hit advantage, you better jail off of it, or else you're going to get checked. And that's the message that Hijinks sent, and now it's mind game time. Now you know what I'm going to do, and let's see if I can use that against you later. But you're right, in that Jackie pressure really is all about sometimes being right on when she allows your turn to be in that pressure.
Oh no! Wow, but catches the opponent moving in. Little armor break into extra damage. Just like that though, Hijinks is right back in. Now no defensive bar to have close super jumps with. So Abyss maybe a little bit less concerned. Yeah, that's smart.
Oh boy. Hijinks was like, man, I should have let that one rip, but that's been the mind game. Abyss has been good on reacting with the up shadows, and he's trying to bait them with those early cancels, and that's some big damage. No breakaway available. If the execution is good, that health bar is out of here.
And that was started on him challenging at minus frames too, which I love to see. He was calling out Hijinks, picking up a little bit more on the plate that he could chew. Woo.
Early use there, got him on the air-to-air. Hijinks on the offensive. Oh! Just the jump got Abyss to press right there, and he reacted. Next one for Hijinks, he just catches a whip punish. Putting out those big old normals of Noob Sidebot, where the shadow is active, but he is not. And that's why you see a lot of whip punishes with that bad boy. Oh! It's a no-fly zone.
But you do have to make the call that she's not going to stop in the air, and I think that's why Hijinks was able to then approach, having shown, hey, maybe I'll cancel this. You don't know. The patience from Abyss. You can sense he does not want to press buttons until he knows it's right.
Woo! What? Oh! I don't think I've ever seen that before. He gets the jump over. Had the teleport buffered, and Abyss ties us up at a game to piece. And this combo is still going, cementing the victory. 2 big back-to-back reads there in the corner.
That same kind of back and forth that we saw again the first time that they played. He's going to take even more time to think about it here as we go into the friendship.
Noob Sidebot wins.
The ranges where we began to see Abyss playing a little bit more. Hard to get there, right? He knows that these are the ranges, but like it's hard to get there versus a very mobile character like Jackie. In this game, though, it felt like he more often did. Like he was more often at a range where he could counter poke if she was trying to stab in with something that was a little bit too stubby, or where he could anti-air if, and if she canceled it, he was far enough away that he was safe. But if not, then he got the anti-air. Like that, he was finding those spots more consistently. Again, difficult to do versus a character as mobile as Jackie.
Yes, and Abyss has done a good job of kind of making it known, certain aspects of the matchup. And what I mean by that is that range you're talking about, Jackie is really stubby in her normals, and especially her fast normals. And a character like Noob Sidebot that's got those big advancing strings, the big down 4, if he's at that kind of max distance down 4 range, that's where you can actually kind of be semi-comfortable against Jackie, pressing buttons, and that's where oh my goodness, don't even know what I was just talking about because I just saw the sniper out of the air. Holy crap.
Taken out of your brain when you see something like that, yeah. Oh, wow. Taking a hard read right there was Hijinks and cost him his defensive bar. Wow. Was that OS actually?
Looked like it, and he went through some stuff there. We go up and down 4, and she does a lot of damage. Or put him on life, put himself. Aggression. The aggression to press there, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of cojones.
Any hit confirm is going to do it. Abyss knows that and doesn't want to take the risk. There it is, and he waited until the other side so he could get the correct input. Very nice.
He's been on point with this, and probably the best I've ever seen executed, you know, because the option's always been there, but it's been, you know, the player's execution and read of the opponent, and he's been on it tonight. Ooh, tried to stagger the ones. That 50-50's been super effective, and Hijinks had been respecting it an awful lot. Finally opened that up, and he calls out the throw, too. The counter adjustment himself is going to tie us up here. Look at this damage if he doesn't drop it. Oh, what? What?
That's more than half of Jackie's life, by the way. That's 950.
I completely forgot that he hits that hard too.
Yeah. Killer, if he gets the right situation. Ah, it seems strange to start from. They both had similar ideas. Hoping for the chip out, it wasn't enough. And that might kill.
He actually just two tapped her, David. That was one combo, two combo. GG's, big fan. I got the lead. Have a nice day. Whoa!
Yeah, those two combined, that was about 9 to 10 damage. Honestly, like, just those two. Again, she has 950. Wow.
I like that Abyss is prolonging this as much as possible by ending with a fatal blow in the last game. Like into a fatal, and then we get the fatal here, just putting as much time on the clock to let Hijinks really marinate on what just happened.
Right.
This is a big test for Hijinks. Really big test. He was in this position just, not technically last week, but the last week of North America East, where he got third and he lost. This is the same exact position. He beat Kerbalicious in winners. They played in losers finals and he lost. He finds himself in the exact same position here.
Jackie Briggs.
Yeah, that would be
hopefully
a tough
hopefully there's no flashbacks. It's just eyes on the prize.
He was really confident coming into this. Again, his thoughts today as far as how he would do. He said, "The points are mine." And he has already gotten a lot of points for himself.
He does.
He was currently, coming into this, he was 9th in points overall. And he's going to have even more. Will he switch? Really? What a huge...
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, Diva coming out. Now, what do we got? Give me the moves. Give me the moves. What do we got?
The last thing I expected.
Maximum stomp? Or what are we going to see?
Oh, we got the stomp, baby.
Okay.
Death
Enhanced
March,
drag and drop.
Queen's Punishment. All right, so he's got the stomp. He's got the Death March, which
Round 1.
is going to add a little bit of mind games up close. And then you've got the low.
Already shown.
It's going to be really...
None came.
important to note that when Abyss is right... Oh, no! Wait. I expected it to work.
Yeah,
oh, no! I don't know what's going on here.
Look at me! No!
Oh, boy, here we go. Oh, another one.
It's just not spending the
Oh, he's trying to up shadow.
Like the thing
oh, no.
You know what to do, right? Question is just, do you make the right guess on it? Like, that's all that is.
He has the health lead, though. Okay.
Well, each time there's 100 damage, it's not actually that much. If she wants to spend AB, if she gets enough in a row, if she wants to spend bar, there it is, finally.
You will suffer.
That was a mix-up on top of a mix-up. That was no delay, no movement, right down on top of you, and truly in the mix. Oh, there we go!
Oh, so there is a timing with this works. Okay.
Just gotta be right on it. It's really similar to a lot of moves that counter that. Is you still gotta guess on when she drops.
Right, yeah.
Found a similar answer in Total's Burst, and the same thing. You still gotta keep guessing here on those Shokan size 11s coming down from the sky.
The question is, can you dash out of it? No! Oh, get away! Oh my god, just guessing wrong 100 times in a row.
Okay.
This time. Hey, why not? Why not, right? Would have been armor if that had been now space. He's trying to get away. You can see he's trying to read these. Is it going to be the delay or not? Is it going to be a different direction or not? Amplify for the kill. It's not enough yet. Again. And got it with the no delay. The fast one this time.
Oh, and message sent right back at it.
Absolutely.
You know what? I half expected that because of the fatal blow earlier. Oh man, that really is trying to get under your opponent's skin when you just add on time to the clock with those fatal blow ends. Ooh. Hijinks definitely returned to sender on that one, just like he sent that shield sparking across the screen. He stomps, looking problematic for Abyss, who found a couple answers early and then just happened to be wrong on 85% of them. More like 90 if we're
Yeah, it was just unfortunate.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Yeah, like it's not the case of like what is the counter, right? It's like, you know that, well, you just have to like walk or dash out of the way. That's, you know, depending on what your character does. Or maybe you have like a delay or whatever, but he just guessed wrong all those times, so he's not gonna risk it as noob again. He makes a switch over to Fuchin. This is a character that he said he might play as well, but first time that we're actually seeing it here in the top 8.
Yeah, I've seen him only play with only a handful of characters. It's been Noob Saibot, Johnny Cage, which we have seen, and this Fujin.
Fight.
And we've seen Fujin be an okay answer for this. There we
go. Okay, out of there is Hijinks. Oh no, the error, surely. Interesting. Okay.
What a trade! Wow. Rarely see that string out of Shiva as well. Was that her 4-3-3? Some mids.
Wow, what an anti-air. Yeah, this.
The reaction.
Oh no! Oh no! They had the same ideas, but one after the other.
He thought that. He went all the way! Oh no! Only because Abyss held it forever! He put himself in such recovery to have to deal with that all over again in match point for Hijinks.
Oh, what a call out, but yeah, just go to the sky again. Here it is, having run in the sky a little bit. Yes. Wow, what a call out.
Ooh, a lot of whipping right there. I think that Hijinks put in a flawless block, something right there, and all kinds of more shenanigans happening. Double match point. The pick from Abyss looking a lot better that time around. Not giving Hijinks a lot of room to breathe in that round, and look at the payoff.
Oh, it's a big chance for the punish. He doesn't fly. The bleed.
Ooh, nice delay there by Abyss. Got him an entire string. 1-2.
Oh, very nice by Abyss. He's starting to figure this out in terms of timings.
Yeah, this is a pocket character. He's a breakout an awful lot, and it's getting better as we play here. Huge health lead. No breakaway for Hijinks. Puts him on life alert 38. He comes
what
up
else
with
would
the
it be?
back one. The mids. Nothing to worry about. Slices her in half. Abyss making the comeback happen. And getting revenge on that first loss. Like I said, coming full circle from the first match on stream that went to a Game 5 between these two. And Abyss takes it in the run back. And, you know, again, bringing up week number 3, that's something Hijinks has to look at, are the run backs with these guys. And in these big pressure situations, but still, the fact that I went to a game number 5 says everything that you need to about how well he played today.
He's getting a lot of points. At 3rd place, he's going to have even more. Already was 9th overall, so this is going to put him into that, you know, spot top 8. I think it's 16 to get into the finals for NA, but still looking a lot better in terms of points there. This is somebody who is definitely going to have a stronger future as things move forward. But for this week is out. 2 really close sets between those 2 players, both of them down to the very final round. So from a viewer perspective, that was awesome. Great work. But again, Hijinks, I'm sure we'll be back next time. So now we're going to be moving on to grand finals, where the Mighty Unjust will be waiting in winner's side, Abyss in loser's side. Here's what we got. As you
I feel like this is something that Abyss has definitely played multiple times throughout the Open Series, throughout all these community events. I know, and I don't know off the top of my head what the pick is going to be for Unjust. You know, seeing Noob Saibot on the other side, we could definitely see Cetrion, a couple of those other characters that he's got up his sleeve. Really curious how that's going to go down because, again, nothing seemed to matter for Abyss, who's been playing out of his mind, having the tournament of his life. And a quick shout out to Astro Gaming, the official audio partner of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition. All of the caster audio is powered by Astro for the entirety of the season. Please visit astrogaming.com to find out more information on all of their officially licensed PlayStation audio products available now. This grand final sounds like it's getting started.
I'm very curious to see what characters we're going to have here. Expecting Noob, at least to start for Abyss. But what do we got on the other side is the question. We have... Is it Shiva? I think it is.
Oh, it is.
That looks like the queen. Is he going to run this back? It's actually Fujin versus Shiva again. Okay. Shoutouts to Unjust, who, as we have been saying, has control of, it feels like, every character in this game. It's grand finals of week number 4 for MKPK North America East.
Boy, this is anti-airs. It doesn't matter the character. He's anti-aired Shiva, he's anti-aired upgraded Jackie all night long. Wow. How about someone's got those reactions down? Oh, and a mix too. Showing very early on that there's implement a little bit of short hop shenanigans.
Ooh, the back and forth into slide, very tricky stuff. We have not yet seen a down up at all from Unjust.
Round 2, fight.
Maybe now.
Oh.
He tried it. Oh,
he definitely tried to stop right there.
This said nope. Abyss says no to all of them.
Hold on.
Why did you
Hold on a
there?
second.
You thought this was gonna work? You thought you could do whatever you want?
That's the dragon charge right there. The shield bash. Whatever faster reversals. One of us picked specifically for perhaps Noob Saibot or this. Some trickier punishes. It's not probably been allowed an awful lot. That's the answer for the drop. With a skywalk of his own, a lot of whiffs.
Yeah, no
bar for the bleed though.
The follow-up, yeah, exactly. And so this takes a little bit of control, tries to get out of there. Can you stay away? Even the fireball is an issue at this point. Can't get hit by it.
Oh,
look at this double fist! He called it out.
Shimmy.
The man was shimmying from half screen right there.
You cannot test him. He was 4 for 4 on those anti-airs. I don't even know. I don't even know.
What do you do if you're Shiva at that range, right? You don't have really normals that reach at where Fujin was standing. So you jump maybe you do a fireball, maybe you do a drop, right? Basically. But it's not really going to be footsies in the same sort of way that many other characters play at that range.
Yeah.
So Abyss called that out and was just waiting to see what she would do and reacted appropriately.
And, you know, it's at that range where there's, you know, there isn't that massive threat. You know, up close, you're worried about the mix-up, you're worried about all kinds of stuff. But you're right. At that range, there's only a couple of threats. Now, she does have a couple of big normals, like forward 1, but there's no real mix-up off of it. You know, it's just a forward 1. She can it's safe with the 3. And just kind of close the gap, but then it's a potential your turn. So I can definitely see where Mighty Unjust might be a little bit lost in the sauce at that range. In this particular matchup, too, where Fujin's forward 3 can clip anything you do, even if it's a mid sometimes, just slide into those DMs. And he could be anywhere at any time for any reason as well, where you could be whiffing into nothing and into a backdash back 1-1 of Fujin's. Just also on top of that, it could be tough for him. That was a good game 1 from Abyss, 1-0.
Totally. And I guess Unjust is going to try it again. So he's got Dragon Stance plus Enhanced Dragon Drop. So we have the Shiva loadout that's a little bit more common. Yeah, there you go.
Whoa! Abyss looking like this is his choice for Shiva. Even seeing the anti-stance play. Which I don't know.
Total sense too.
Woo! There's the good stuff though.
Unjust just hanging out there. one.
I think that'll convert it. Ooh, no,
timing
by
though.
Unjust.
It is applied, so. No. Just the stance?
How many of those did he flawless block? I think he flawless blocked a couple of those. I didn't see any chip.
Yeah, there was one. Tried to steal a turn. Oh, Abyss alive. If he finds the right hit right now, he can still take it. Yeah, especially now if he finds one more. Big call out.
I don't know if that was execution, a hard read on Wake Up Anything. He wanted to put, he literally put a cyclone of active frames out there though. That's what made me think it's a read. It was.
Yeah, me too.
I just watched the movie Twister. Is Helen Hunt in there? No one's getting that reference, I'll tell you that.
Shiva holding on for dear life to her belt. A little bit of damage on this. The slow one, the amplified.
There are a lot of mind games behind that amplified. Did that curve?
Oh.
What in the world? Oh.
Well, I mean, there's the like parabolic one that she can toss. Yeah.
That amplified one's got some mind games behind it too, where she can like combo into the stomp and get some nastiness off of it.
Right, yeah. Yeah, there's a super obnoxious, basically KO setup, yeah. There you go.
Ooh.
Dragon Stance takes great effect as the Mighty Unjust, tying it up 1-1.
A complete change in approach rate, going from a stomp to the Dragon Stance. It's completely different, and it's not one that we've seen a lot since Ultimate. You know, it's been all about the delayed stomp since, but people seem to forget the strength of that as well, even after only a couple of very minute changes to that Dragon or that Shokan stance. Still super effective, and I'm shocked that we haven't seen it more, if I'm being honest with you.
It's definitely legit. I'm curious whether we might
Still
see
got some juice.
Oh, he's gonna go back to Fujin. Yeah. What's interesting too to see is that this Shiva, at least in that game, completely different than Hijinks' Shiva that we saw before. Very, very stomp heavy from Hijinks. I think we might have seen 2 stomps from Unjust Shiva, maybe it was 3 in that whole game, something like that. It wasn't very many. It was instead this focus on a completely different aspect of the character, like you were just talking about, the stance.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't even notice that he did bring both actually, Dragon Stance and the enhanced Dragon Drop.
Mm-hmm.
Just going for maximum effort here.
Really, the name of the game for Abyss is to try to control, this range. I'm not surprised to see him try to slide in like that. Try to get things started, because at this range, he's been kept out. Yes.
Ooh, that was a big read on the first one too.
Right, looking for Skywalker or something.
Looking for the position reversal. Oh, mix-ups. We're stopping. Lead is such a good thing to put on Fujin, who's going to be moving 90% of the time. Reach the cancel there.
And no wake up after all. But if Abyss finds the next hit, he can definitely do this. Will there be? What do you think our neutral jump was supposed to be? Was that supposed to be a regular jump, or was that supposed to be a down up? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. No, he didn't get there. Oh, and Unjust is gonna. Woo! If that had been dive kick out of this, I don't know. Do you think he meant to do closer up there? I think he thought he was closer.
You will suffer.
In any case, Unjust ends up taking a round where Abyss had quite a bit of control for a little while at least.
Jump kick there. Abyss recognizing that, take the turn. Are the negative frames in? Oh no! Reached for the sky. But that's one of those most purely up hurt boxes on an up two. Just flexing on us for a second.
He's got a lot of strength as a character, but that defensive option in that kind of situation is definitely not one. However, now she's got the corner again.
Nice.
The whip punish, yes it was actually. And Unjust has some work to do, but certainly can. Overhead. I just cannot believe that the low is coming yet again.
Good recovery though. This is text tonight have been juicy.
You are no challenge.
He's still in this.
Final round. Fight.
Nothing like resetting the position with your mid-round taunt as well. Out of the sky.
Nice, I love it.
Disgusting. Just leave me answer those. He's been right in a lot of situations on the drag and drop.
There's a challenge. We've seen him attempt it. This time it finally did. At least trade for him. Building some offense out of that. However, this range game, he's got... Oh! Beautiful. He's gonna just bet it on. He's gonna bet it on this. I feel like we're gonna see him go... No! Is he gonna try it again? Yes! You could tell that was what in his mind, it was like, well, this hasn't really been working out. I gotta try something a little bit different. He hadn't been going to stomp very often. Right there, towards the end. It makes sense as an attempt because it's just, you get to start a mix-up from almost anywhere on screen. Right? You all of a sudden, when you do it, you go up into the sky, the opponent knows you're up there. They can see that you've left the stage. The question is, where do you come down? When do you come down? So if you're in a bad spot, you can definitely just try to run it on that, and it's doable. We saw how many in a row hijinks got before. So I understand Unjust going to that, but it is also, I think, the sign of somebody who felt that his strategy wasn't really working out otherwise. Look, keep in mind that Unjust is coming into this from winner's side, so if he loses this first set, not that big of a deal. He can kind of try different characters out. Well, he's not going to run it on Shiva after all. It will be Sub-Zero.
No slouch with this character either. I've seen him win tournaments with the Sub-Zero. And he plays a very methodical Sub-Zero. A lot slower pace, not incredibly mix-up heavy or like in-your-face heavy. Loves getting those back two whiff punishes. Loves trying to force those whiffs, but Fujin, the high mobility, I think we're gonna see a little bit more aggression out of him up close. He brought the deep freeze, which means that he's going to do forward 2 at some point, and that's what tells me that the aggression might be coming. Because usually he actually doesn't pick deep freeze. He goes for the more, again, methodical moves of Sub-Zero, the creeping ices, the really everything else. I've said the air axe.
Well, he does have creeping ice as well. Yeah, there it is. And now he gets to snowball a little bit. Yeah, this is where Unjust wants to be. He's really making quick work of this round.
Woo! And there's the forward 2 coming in hot.
Pretty cool to save the KB as well in that combo. So he's looking strong right now, and he gets to start out at a range where Ant's hair is going to be on deck. But no, instead Abyss. Forward marble. Interesting little counter there, okay. Oh man, Abyss cannot get away. Ooh! Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
All. Big damage there. And this was a little bit of a surprise, but oh my goodness. Once I saw Deep Freeze, I had a feeling that he was just gonna go full aggression, and you know, don't let Fujin move is like one of the best things you can do. You know, don't even let him breathe. And there might be a little pun in there, but I'm not gonna get into it too deep. But that is the perfect strategy to implement. Because once he has space to play with is when Fujin is the most deadly. So that was sick.
I love that mix-up at the end. He had just gotten offensive bar, which means that forward 2 would combo into enhanced ice ball, right? He had just gotten it, and he had a chance for mix-up, and I think that Abyss was thinking the same thing. Oh, you got offensive bar? Okay, you just got it? Probably overhead. And instead, it was the low for Mighty Unjust in that situation. He really mixed it up super, super well to tie it up 2-2 here.
Noob Cybot.
Back to Noob for Abyss. Tournament life now. This is a crazy situation. Unjust does this a lot too, where he'll get comfortable, or he'll try something really comfortable. I don't know if you've seen this a couple times, David. He'll try something comfortable if he's on the winner's side of a grand final, and then still not give up the first set. He will try to end it now, even if he was still, you know, trying something new.
Fight.
So you can see the comfort that, oh nice, you can see the comfort that Abyss has, going back to this. Feeling a little bit more strong interruption. Right back into it, not dissuaded from it. It's unjust. Very nice. Ooh.
Nice position. He's been mixing so well here. You got him with a stagger. That's going to be that entire health bar. Abyss on reset point here. Never count out a character that can do this much damage. That's for dang sure.
Round 2.
You can see he just wanted to get in there with the forward 2 a couple of times. Just got interrupted by Noob Zone.
Oh. Aggression. Wow. Abyss has not been afraid to challenge back against anyone, any character. He'll wake up buttons. He will check you on reversal. No fear.
What an anti-air! However, Unjust is in. He's gonna look at the side switch on this as he loads. Hoping to find something there with enhanced ice ball.
Needs to be careful whiffing against Sub-Zero. That slide could be buffered at any time. Ooh, the 4-4 this time around.
Yeah, and he hasn't done anything else since then. Okay, here it is. Finally. Wow, what reactions! Or just betting? I don't know. That was so fast with the reactions.
Yeah, I think he was already predetermined with the jump back. So all he had to do was look for down up, right? Or all he had to do was maybe hold down, look for something, and press up.
No bar, though.
It's about to be reset. It's fatal blow. Sub-Zero.
Oh yeah. I'm just scheming. There it is with the low slide. That's the reset from Abyss.
3-2 reset. Another game 5 on the board for Abyss here. Just his 14th one to try to win this tournament.
Him losing 2-3 versus Hijinks. After that, in loser's side, he beat Samij 3-1. Remember, that was very, very strong. He beat Bernanoni 3-0. And then, yeah, back to the 3-2s, beating Hijinks, then beating Unjust to send Unjust to losers. And now we have one final set of first to 3. Immediately, a race to pick Setron right there. As soon as he could. You see that? That man was burning through the character select screen to get to Setron. So Setron versus Noob starting out here.
Yeah, I think that he's going for the on paper straight for the jugular on this one. If I can just be honest with you. If I can be honest
I think you're right. I think you're right, yeah.
Yep.
Round 1. Fight.
Gonna be tough for him to deal with any of this full screen here. The low ground pound is what's so crucial against Noob Saibot because if I'm not mistaken, he can't teleport either. He has to hold it.
Right, yeah.
It's
the high, the teleport's a high. And
exactly.
There are things that will duck underneath it, yeah. Okay, well, that's one way to do it.
Right there.
Yeah, there's that range where certainly Noob can have a lot of say. It's about this range. But then outside of that spot, you begin to see, okay, he made the read here, and he was right. Okay, what a pickup, and it's enough, just barely.
That one teleport kind of changed everything. It got him in. He's able to keep that pressure going until the round just ended. Beautiful stuff. Unjust amplifying it for the extra pushback. Definitely wants that breathing room. Just factor frames for you. Low pound, not as frequent as I would have expected here early on. Unjust is playing this a lot. He's playing it a lot closer.
Ho-ho. Very confident on the spot and bringing in the string. Now we have Unjust controlling the corner a little bit anyway. He backs off. Look at this back and forth. As soon as he knew the opponent was going to jump, he went right back in there for the anti-air. Taxing some chip and ready for the escape. What a round by Unjust.
Final round. Fight.
All about that control. His mama nature here. There are the ground pounds. Now he might play us a little bit slower. Now he's got the health lead here. A round up. And look at that. Change things up immediately. Even I would have gotten mixed up.
Ooh,
Go with
I think I was a backdash.
But he doesn't have the launching one here. I think that he bet on teleport not being such a big factor. That's why he didn't bring the launching. And would you look at that, he landed 2 teleports here, and what damage could have been. Now he's throwing this, what in the world? These TikTok aprons!
Yo, that was sick! Oh, wow.
Oh, man! It was unfortunate that he dropped it, but that was godlike.
Ooh, Unjust is getting a little frisky with the forward dashes. The walking forward here, he's looking for the opponent to back off. Abyss did no such thing. She has failed. Abyss knows! And not quite there on the whip punish with the KB string.
They're in time. Oh, just dancing out here is Unjust. With a health deficit, trying to fish something to react with Fatal Blow, and he finally teleported in a little too close. And I don't know if anyone needs to make a mental note or like take out their handy-dandy notebook and write down "Don't test Abyss's reactions," because he's been on it. He's anti-aired everything, reacted to even a teleport there. And that's not easy to do, especially since she had defensive bar.
And you could tell that he was waiting to react to stuff. He was pressing almost no buttons for like 10-15 seconds before that. He was just waiting for an overcommitment from his opponent. And it came eventually. So Unjust rushed so quickly to Setron.
Whoa,
Really?
I don't know what's going on anymore.
I don't know.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. He's a good character, but he already lost with her.
Yeah.
I don't know. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, buddy?
I have no clue. I'm mixed up, David. I'm guessing wrong. Like,
and he does lock in. I did not expect this. Again, Shiva's good. I'm not casting doubts on that. But we already saw him just try it out, and while it did work one game, it didn't the other two.
That's a lot of belief. And he's not bringing the stance either, which is the only game he won. Well, I'm really confused now. He didn't even break the one he won with. He went back to the first one that he lost with. That's confidence.
Whoa! You have to think of those as risks for the Shiva as well. Yeah, I know that it's annoying for sure, but each time she does it, her payoff is 100 or 150. And her guessing wrong is potentially, you know, hundreds of damage, especially versus character like that. Wow! Big read. Not something that we've seen very often with this.
Ooh, this is a dangerous spot for bleed. Oh, this is a really beautiful call out. Went for the immediate straight shot check. I think that all of us read stomp right there. Every single one of us.
Tried to dash out at the last second, not quite. Are we gonna run the table on it? No! Yeah, I think this pick is curious. I don't know. I mean, here he is with the life lead, but will this work out? It does. Okay.
Yep. 320. I feel pretty confident after that. Ooh, the pushback on that. Remember I was talking about him bringing that shield dash for some interesting punishes? He got one right there.
Dude. And he's got a big life lead. And that's gonna do it on Chip. Yeah, all right. Hey, I'll shut up. Because that was game by Mighty Unjust 1-1. And looking pretty strong in doing it, to be honest. There were times in that game where I was a little concerned that it was maybe not the right pick, but he certainly made that one count. Good
yeah, I feel like the Mighty Unjust could win, I feel like, with any character at any given time.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
But that one caught me off guard for sure. But I would definitely still feel that he would be confident choosing that just to say, or just to prove to himself, not anyone here, not anyone watching at home, not anyone bitching and complaining in chat or on Twitter, that he can do it with this character. And that was the first pick he had against Abyss, and he's like, you know what? It might be a little bit stubborn. He's like, I can do this. And he's making
in my mind, here's the issue though. Game 1 went to Abyss, and this is a character that, yes, beat Noob, but then has lost to Fujin. And now it's Fujin's turn. So the wheel of options, the wheel of counterpicks began in Abyss's favor. And if it continues like that, Abyss will ultimately win the first of 3. Or that's kind of how whoever wins the counter pick circle.
Yes.
If you win first, then you end up taking it in the end if it goes like that. So I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see if Unjust can do it.
He was able to make really big reads on those stomps earlier, calling out all the early ones really well with the immediate Skywalker into the kick. But a couple of mistimed ones on those, and you're going to be eating a stomp, so that's what a couple of those games came down to in the first engagement just moments ago.
What a call. Yo, the wake up dash from Unjust, that was sick. And then no cancel, interesting. It's Mighty Unjust taking the round.
My arms are stronger than your pride.
Now this would put Abyss in a situation if he falls here.
Yeah, what I said about the wheel of counterpicks only works if whoever has their counterpick.
If the counterpick works.
Yeah.
Perfect again on that one. No breakaway. Just gonna eat an awful lot of damage, and more importantly, that massive corner carry.
Woo! Beautiful. Has that offensive bar, and yes, does spend it. Woo! No mix-ups here. Oh, what a call!
And the armor break. He's dead. He's
Absolutely.
dead. Oh. And that was almost no stomp Shiva there that round. That was all up close brawler, damage dealing, queen of the Shokan right there.
What do you do if you're Abyss now? You just tried Noob, didn't work. You just tried Fujin as a counterpick and it didn't work. You go into the character what brung you most of the way, which is Noob, or what?
Hmm.
And because keep in mind, talking again about these counterpicks, if Fujin wins, Unjust still has a game to counterpick. So, okay, no, it looks like it will be Noob. It will be.
If there's someone, you know, for Abyss that I just know as this character specialist in Noob Saibot, right? That's put 99% of his time in this game probably into this character. If there's a character to bet on, to bet everything on, I think it's going to be someone like this that you have all of your comfort with.
Round one.
And it's going to cover anything even outside of this Shiva, I feel like, for Abyss. So if he's going to make this comeback happen, it's going to be here with Noob Saibot. Unjust has the 2-1 lead now. The game from taking this time.
What a block! Yes. Did have breakaway. The dash! Ooh! 2 in a row, correct.
3 times you're out here. And
it was early. He overhead this time.
Has all day to hit confirm that string too.
Yeah.
And just right again. I think that Unjust did a slight delay right there. I didn't see it 100%, so I was staring at Abyss. But he definitely got out of the startup of that. I woke up with it immediately. Now, tournament point for the mighty Unjust.
2-1 right now. Can Abyss make this pressure count? For a little bit, yes! With the KV string. Into the sky. Oh, it was the fast one!
That's the one that gets me every time, too. Once I think I have a rhythm, if they let the early one rip, that's when it... It's looking good this round, though. Was trying to buffer.
Tried to find the right timing. Not there. How many in a row? Tried it again. I think the KV's ready to go.
And still takes the round because every time he was wrong, only 800 damage.
Final round.
That's the thing,
Yeah,
right?
one
It's
time
annoying.
works so
It's
far.
annoying, right? You're annoyed the whole time you get hit by it. But you also have to keep in mind, yeah, it's 100 damage. Except if he has
except for that one.
KV.
Oh, wait a minute.
Except if you get hit too many times without getting out of it. Yeah.
Oh, we're liars. It's only 100 and then 320.
I know, yeah. It's definitely good. There's no doubt about it.
I think we just got mixed up. I feel like you have to be perfect on that for it to work.
That looks really tough.
Was that only about wave dash I just saw?
Can you get away? No, unjust. The bar, is that gonna do it?
That's gonna be all she wrote. Abyss looked like he tried to wake up with some buttons right there. Unjust shuts that down for a victory here in the pro competition week number 4, and it's gonna boost him up in points as he came in tied for 4th with Kerbalicious. And with Show Off not in this top 8, Honeybee and Kombat not in this top 8, Unjust is going to make a mighty big jump. And he's going to be in 3rd place now, just under Honeybee.
I felt like even coming into this, and this is not
I think tied with Honeybee, actually.
We all were kind of looking at him and how well he had been doing in the Open Series and the like, right? This is a player who has really like had a ton of success already, last year as well. And coming into the Pro Comp, very curious to see how he was going to do. And already, what did he use today? 3 or 4 different characters, something like that.
Yep.
That's what we kind of expect from him, and we have seen success from him again in the Open Series, here still in the Mortal Kombat Pro Competition. As
really
well.
Everywhere.
Super strong. Yeah, really everywhere. To be honest, that community stuff too. He's just been super strong with all of these characters. He gives so many different looks to the opponent that it's just hard to plan, it seems, to game plan for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what everyone's been struggling with is even when they find answers, because of the Open Series, and how frequent the Open Series is, he's been able to get a lot of games with these guys, and people have tried to figure him out. But since it happens so often, he gets the next week he gets to try it all over again, and that's why he's been leveling up, I think, so hard and so fast here. Ever since kind of being the Open Series champion overall, he's been dominant. He's really been dominant in these brackets, and so just massive shouts to Unjust, who could have won this with almost any character. That's the level of skill that he's at, and that's just the truth. That's just the truth. I've watched him do it before. He can definitely do it again. And here on the East and West Coast, Tiger's kind of the West Coast mighty Unjust in that regard as well, where I feel like they could random select and be a 1%er still.
And if you want to get in on tournaments like this, then you can head over to PlayStation 4 for the Open Series. Tournaments are open weekly, all skill levels. You can play against your friends, you can play against your rivals, you can get cool rewards. Head over to the PlayStation 4 Competition Center, where you can find inside looks at how top players play, tips and tricks for players of all skill levels. It's at compete.playstation.com, and you can sign in with your PSN ID. You can also check from the homepage of Mortal Kombat 11 on the actual game itself. Press your little touchpad thingy, and you can see what's going on there as well.
It's that easy. Log into MK11, press that button, boom, sign up. Or go to compete.playstation.com, sign up with your PSN that way. Getting these things, not just the Open Series, but also the Pro Competition here. A lot of tournaments. Doesn't matter where you are, too, around the globe here in the Pro Competition. For the Open Series, it also covers Europe as well. Every single week, so sign up. It's that simple. And that's going to do it for the North American East portion of this David week, but we got West coming up shortly.
Yeah, let's just briefly look back at the bracket just to remind you all of what we saw. We saw an awesome performance from Unjust, who I guess one way to phrase it is that he won 5-4. That's true. Abyss, though, I really want to call out for having had so much success. You can see his name all the way through that bracket, right? Look at that. And getting through players like Samij and Bernanoni and Hijinks. And even before that, even before the top 8 began, he had taken out Coach Steve and Honeybee. Just a super great weekend for Abyss. Looking forward to seeing more of that from him. Good work, everybody. Bernanoni 3rd. You had full auto, and you had Samij after that. And then in the final place, you had Gur and Bernanoni. Yeah, again, actually, that's not right. Gur and
Rebel. Yep, Deadly Rebel.
Yeah. Anyway, look, great matches all around. This was the East. NA
yeah,
East,
and can I also talk about for a second? This being NA East, the hardest bracket to probably win on planet Earth.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
that 6. I feel like just speaking from the gut, about 6 of the 8 competitors in this bracket were newer to the community. You had Samij and Gur down there at the bottom, a couple of grizzled veterans. They had guys like Deadly Rebel, Burning Oni, Mighty Unjust, who's really new to the community, Hijinks, Abyss, Full Auto, all those guys haven't been too Icon. We we got Full Auto, who's a little bit of a veteran going back to MKX, but a lot of those guys are really new, making top 8s, big bracket, tough bracket. I love it. I love to see it.
It is definitely doable, folks. You can do the same thing, and just takes a lot of work. Not easy to do, but can be done. Again, that was NA East, number 4. We are going to have NA West, and in that, we'll have Wise Gemini and Nubcakes. We're going to have Wound Cowboy and Too Easy. We're going to have Patient Impulse versus Han Rashid, Pop-Tart as well. But we're going to get to that bracket in a little while. First, we are going to skedaddle. Take a break.
Yeah, we're going to take a break here between East and West, guys. We got that West bracket coming up in no time. Don't go anywhere. More Mortal Kombat to come. David, I'll see you then.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Looking for attention, I don't need the extra tension, cause I'm in the 4th dimension. Trap P is high in suspension. Now don't bother with the haters, cause they all be imitators. Real life manipulators, get it back up and see you later. I like me for me, I'ma be what I'ma be. I like me for me, I am who I wanna be. Na 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 na. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. I like me for me, I'ma be what I'ma be. Prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself and nobody else. Gotta prove it to myself. I like me for me.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.